I've been stuck driving in an endless highway tunnel for 10 hours. Somehow I found a spot in the tunnel with enough service to, hopefully, get this post out. I'm holding on to this singular bar for dear life. My situation is growing dire. I'm running out of gas, which also means I won't be able to charge my phone. The only food I have is a bag of Sour Patch Kids, a box of Cheez-Its, 2 Red Bulls, and about a half gallon of water. Let me explain what's going on. I'm a traveler, always have been. I'm used to cross-country road trips. I'm located in the United States, driving for hours through the night without stopping except to use the restroom or grab a quick meal. I'm currently making the trek from Los Angeles to Chicago. I've done this trip before, but I took Route 66 that time for the hell of it. This time I opted to take the interstates, a shorter ride in a way I haven't taken before. This way cuts through the middle of the country, passing through Colorado and Nebraska and Iowa. The drive was going normal. Lots of nothingness. I'm used to going hours without seeing any other cars or people when I'm driving out here. By the time I'm writing this, I've been driving for close to 3 days. Last night I slept in a Walmart parking lot somewhere in Colorado. I think Frisco? I drove for over 14 hours straight yesterday, only stopping a couple of times at gas stations to grab snacks, take a piss and refuel. I grabbed dinner at a Taco Bell at like midnight before I crashed. I'm recounting every detail because I'm hoping that maybe this whole thing could be explained away by a lack of sleep and nutrition. I know I should be eating and sleeping more, but I just don't think about it when I'm on the road. I don't think about anything. That's why I love these trips so much. Anyways, I woke up this morning at the crack of dawn, like 6 a.m. in Colorado, which is 5 a.m. my time, and continued on my way. I wanted to make good time, not for any reason. It's not like I had plans. I just wanted to see how quickly I could drive so far. I grabbed breakfast at a local cafe, a bagel and a coffee, filled up on gas. Grabbed some Red Bulls, some beef jerky, and a gallon of water. Then I headed out. I don't think I stopped driving until like 6 hours in, when I realized I was going to piss myself from all the energy. Drinks I chugged, I tend to space out until it's nearly too late. I stopped at the first gas station. I saw 2 measly gas pumps and a rundown old wooden shack for a convenience store. I was somewhere coming up on Kearney. Nebraska and I had endured another time change, so it was now around 2 p.m. I walked inside and the bell on the door jingled. The man at the cash register jumped, startled by the first sign of life other than his own cigarette-soaked breaths. I asked him if they had a restroom and he grinned. "There's a bucket out back." "Princess," he said, stifling a chuckle. I stared at him blankly, waiting for a punchline. He sighed and handed me a tarnished key attached to a piece of wood which had been roughly etched with pisser. He pointed to a door at the far end of the shack. I did my business, though the toilet looked like it hadn't been cleaned since before I was born, and returned the key to the man at the register, who I now noticed had a name tag that read Gus. I turned to leave, but before I could, Gus cleared his throat and asked me, "Where you headed?" I told him Chicago, and he said, "What for?" I told him I didn't really know. Just to go, I guess. His eyes lingered on me a moment, almost an uncomfortable amount of time, then he quickly glanced about the shack before he said, "Well, if you can spare a couple hours, I know of a bitchin' scenic route through the peaks a bit further north." He went on to tell me that this route was only really known to locals, winding through Nebraskan peaks with plenty of lookouts over whatever the hell is in Nebraska. Historically home to booze-filled high school parties, romantic illegal camping rendezvous, and of course, its fair share of local folklore legends like the classic teen lovers murdered during a makeout sesh and the killer was never caught type shit. It's not like his story really piqued my interest. It's the same shit you hear about every random scenic route and lookout in every random small town. But that's exactly why I chose to embark upon Goose Route. I'm always so curious to explore the places that locals know, and a door in all of the random small towns I wind up in along my travels. It makes me realize how connected we really are, no matter where we are in the world. We live out these parallel lives, experiencing emotions and struggles that so many other people also experience. In their own ways, I love finding these spots. I love feeling connected with something, anything. He gave me crude directions, but it seemed simple enough. Continue up Interstate 80 for an hour or two longer until I see a turnoff. A dirt road to my left, can't miss it. That'll take me where I need to go. According to Gus, I figured that if I didn't see the turnoff, I'd just take the loss. After our conversation, I decided to purchase some snacks, Sour Patch Kids, Cheez-Its, and 2 more Red Bulls and a pack of menthol cigarettes. I filled up on gas again before leaving. I wasn't sure when the next gas station would be, especially if I found Gus' route and I continued on my way. I lit a cigarette as I began this next leg of my journey. My mother would kill me for smoking in my car. She'd kill me for a lot of the shit I do when I take these trips. One thing I started to learn is that Nebraska is full of corn and wheat. In all directions, all I could see were miles and miles of farmland. Stalks waving in the wind like a sorry excuse for an ocean. Interstate 80 was surrounded, crops creeping onto the shoulders of the road, refusing to adhere to man-made perimeters. The stalks grew high above my SUV, making it so I could see nothing beyond the confines of my wheatie. Corny prison. I had been driving for about 2 hours since the gas station. When I saw it, a break in the crops to my left. Gus was right, I couldn't miss it. The dirt road stood out like a beacon, a sudden relief from my engulfment. I didn't feel any hesitation to take the path. In fact, I was excited that I had actually stumbled across it. As I made the turn, I could almost feel the stories, the experiences of the people who had made this turn before me. Every local has their spots. In every big city, every small town, every single person has a place that is special to them. A coffee shop, a hiking trail, a park, somewhere they have left pieces of themselves. I want to leave pieces of myself everywhere. The dirt road cut through the fields, heading north. Far ahead of me, I could see a small range of peaks and hills, nothing compared to California's mountain ranges. But at least it wasn't flat, like everywhere else is out here. After driving through more and more miles of farmland, eventually I started to ascend. The road curved to my right at the base of the closest peak, turned from dirt into old battered pavement, and I began a twisty-turny ride up and up. As I got higher up the peak, I could see what Gus was talking about. The views were incredible. Plots of farmland, a quilt that covered the earth in greens and tans and yellows. I lit another cigarette and slowly continued my drive. I stopped at a couple of lookouts. Just random turnoffs on the side of the road, taking in my surroundings. You can find beauty in anything if you try, even Nebraskan wheat fields. I felt like a local. The road was nothing special, similar to most mountain roads I've taken before. Nothing stood out, really, besides some empty bottles and beer cans in the brush. I didn't see a single other person for the entirety of my drive, which I enjoyed. It was just me in the woods and the road. Then I entered the tunnel. I didn't think anything of it. Plenty of mountain roads cut through portions of the mountain itself, causing you to drive through a manufactured hole in the rock. I used to play a game as a kid, where I'd hold my breath until we made it through to the other side. I'm glad I didn't try to hold my breath this time. I immediately noticed the tunnel was long. I couldn't see any light coming from the other end. The dirty orange bulbs hanging from the ceiling every 10 feet or so didn't make much of a difference in the pitch black. I drove for about 30 minutes, thinking to myself that this may be the longest tunnel I've ever driven through. Then the lights started diminishing. They began popping up every 30 feet, then every 50 feet, then every 100 feet, then there were none. I drove through the darkness for another 45 minutes, my headlights leading the way. I'd been in the tunnel for over an hour now. It was close to 8 p.m. and I didn't see any signs of the exit. I decided to turn around. I didn't like being swallowed by darkness. The rock walls were closing in on me, reigniting my claustrophobic fears that consumed me as a child. I drove for an hour or so back the direction I came. The lights should have started coming back by now, but they didn't. No orange bulbs. I drove for another hour, and another. Almost 3 hours driving back the way I came, and I never made it back to the tunnel's entrance. I was never greeted by the warm glow of the dim bulbs. Maybe the lights had gone out, but even then, I should have been out of the tunnel hours ago by now. I started getting worried. I was confused. I had turned around, hadn't I? I remembered taking that 3-point U-turn in the narrow tunnel I had. Been worried my SUV wouldn't even be able to make the turn, and was relieved when it had. I grabbed my phone, but of course, no service. And who would I even call? My angry mother, who would just chew me out for listening to a strange man at a gas station in the first place? I have no friends back home. I'm more inclined to spend my time alone. No relationships, besides an ex who wants me dead. I've only had myself for as long as I can remember. I left on this trip without telling anyone I was leaving, let alone where it'd be. Would anyone even notice I was lost? My mind was racing, looking for a solution as I kept driving. Luckily, my car's good on gas. I was still at half a tank. I just kept going. What else was I supposed to do? After another 2 hours, I was desperate. My gas wouldn't last forever. It was dwindling fast. And when my car gave out, I wouldn't be able to charge my phone either. My only distraction from the void enveloping me was my downloaded Spotify playlists. I needed that to survive. I needed that so I didn't go crazy in here. Out of nowhere, while I was fiddling with my music, I saw a beacon of hope. One single bar, it popped up for a split second. I slammed on my brakes and reversed until I got to the sweet spot. At this point, I didn't care if my mother screamed at me so loud it damaged my phone speaker. I needed to tell someone what was happening to me. I hovered over her contact for a few seconds before I sighed and clicked call. It didn't even ring, just a horrific beeping that signified no service. I rested my forehead on the steering wheel, tears starting to well. I wasn't going to get stuck out here, I couldn't. My brain wouldn't even consider that an option. I grabbed my phone and got out of the car. An eerie whistling from the wind blowing through the tunnel filled my ears. I climbed on top of my car. Maybe if I stood up here, I could get a call out. It didn't work. The same disheartening beeping rang out over and over, and I groaned. I could feel the anxiety building, my heart pounding against my chest. Then I heard something. It was faint at first, like someone trying to stifle a cough. I thought I imagined it. I stood there listening. Then it happened again, louder. It sounded like a playful shout, like maybe a teenager exploring the tunnel, hooting and hollering with their friends. This is what my mind latched on to another. Sign of life meant I could get out of here. I shouted back, "Hey!" It echoed, bouncing off the cold rock walls, repeating over and over. Then it was uncannily quiet. The wind's whistling stopped and everything went still. All I could hear were my own panicked breaths. Then footsteps. Hundreds of them, running, thumping footsteps coming from both directions. It shook the ground and made my car wobble. Pebbles tumbled off the walls. I've never felt so weak, so exposed. I damn near broke a bone jumping off of the roof of my car and stumbling into my driver's seat at what felt like the speed of light. I slammed the car door and locked it. I laid my seat all the way back and pressed myself against it, wanting so badly to dissolve, to disappear. My car stopped swaying. Quiet returned. I laid there for what must have been an hour, maybe more. Tears caked my face and I couldn't stop shaking. I tried every breathing exercise my therapist had taught me. Nothing could calm me. What the actual fuck was that? I haven't moved. I'm still laying in my driver's seat typing this. It's almost 4 a.m. I have been in this tunnel for almost 10 hours. I thought that maybe if I sat down and wrote out everything that's happened so far, it would help me understand. I still don't understand. But it is helping me to settle down. It's grounding me in my reality. Can someone please figure out where I am? Can someone tell me what's happening? How does a tunnel suddenly extend by miles? Did Gus know about this? Is that why he sent me here? I'm paranoid. What do I do from here? I don't want to get out of my car again. What if they find me? Why did they stop running to me? Did I imagine it in my hungry, exhausted state? I don't think continuing to drive is a good option. But it's really the only option. Eventually my gas is going to run out. Eventually my phone is going to die for good. Eventually, I will starve or die of dehydration. I'm conserving the little food and drink I have as much as I can. I'm freaking out. I'm so thankful I bought these cigarettes. If anyone has any idea how I can get out of this, please tell me. I'll try anything. If anything else happens in here, I'll keep you updated. I pray to God this post. I grew up on an island with one rule: never talk about the other island. I was born on an island that only really had one rule. The kind that wasn't spoken but lived in people's posture. The way their mouths tightened, the way their eyes avoided a certain part of the sea. We were never to talk about the island across the water. It sat to the east, a half-mile off our shoreline. You couldn't miss it. You'd see it from almost anywhere on our side past the docks, over the tree line. From the cliffs on the northern edge where the goats grazed. It was always there, sitting still, never changing. A piece of land so close you could row to it in under an hour, though no one did. I can't remember a single adult ever naming it, not even once. And if you said something about it, even by accident, someone would shut it down immediately, not angrily, just firmly, like flicking a candle out. One time when I was little, maybe 7 or 8, I pointed across the water and asked my mother if anyone lived there. She didn't scold me. She didn't say anything at all. She just took my hand and led me inside, like it asked where babies come from or what happens when you die. That kind of silence. Another time, I asked my grandfather if he'd ever been. He was cleaning fish out by the shed. He paused just a second too long before saying no, then added, "Never ask about it again," and that was that. It wasn't forbidden in the way dangerous things are forbidden. It was deeper. Like the island didn't want to be spoken of. And the people here had agreed to let it be. Our island wasn't big. You could walk across it in a few hours if you didn't stop. There was the village near the western bay, with its stone paths and wood-slatted houses and the small church, where we held market on Sundays. A few scattered farms, a fishing dock, and the old watchtower from before my time that no one used anymore. It was quiet, steady. The kind of place where every door creaked the same way. And you knew who'd passed by just from the sound of their cough. The trade boat came once a week, usually just before noon. We never saw where it came from. It always arrived from the mist. It brought flour, salt, oil, iron tools, letters sometimes, though no one in my family ever got any. It left with barrels of fish and boxes of preserved vegetables. No one ever left with it. Only the trader ever boarded it. He'd pass down the rope to whoever helped him load and unload. But no one else ever crossed the rail. We were a closed loop. We grew up knowing our boundaries, the sea, the woods, the cliffs, and beyond all of that, the other island, always watching, always ignored. There were 5 of us who couldn't leave it alone: me, Jonah, Sam, Eli, and Nathan. We were kids like any others, too much energy, not enough fear. We ran barefoot through the brush, built slingshots from driftwood, dared each other to knock on the widow's door. We spent hot days pretending to be soldiers, and cold nights pretending we weren't scared of ghosts. We stole things, but nothing important: apples, candles. Once a bottle of wine we didn't even like. We were just loud, restless boys. Jonah was the biggest, tall for his age, shoulders already starting to widen like his father's. He didn't talk much, but when he did, people listened. Sam was the quickest, always first to climb something, first to run, first to joke about things that made the rest of us squirm. Eli was quiet and careful, and always the one who asked what if. Before we did something dumb. Nathan was clever, sometimes too clever to make up lies so good we believed them even after he admitted they weren't true. And then there was me. I don't know what I was in that group. I guess I was the one who remembered, the one who carried it longest. We never said it out loud, but we all watched the island. From the rocks by the southern cliff, from the upper fields when the wind cleared the trees. From the shore when we were supposed to be fishing, but spent more time staring at the horizon. We'd talk about it only when we were sure no one else was listening. Maybe it's a ruin, Eli once said, like people used to live there, but something happened. Sam snorted. What, like ghosts? Maybe it's where the traitor comes from, I offered. He never says. Jonah said nothing, just stared into the distance. We didn't speak of it often. And when we did, it was always with that half-serious tone kids use, when they're testing how far they can push something without making it real. But over time, the idea started to settle, not in our mouths but in our bones, like it had been waiting there all along. We didn't plan it then, but I think we all knew we would. It was Jonah who said it first. We were behind the storehouse, the five of us perched on a broken cart that sank slightly in the middle, chewing through whatever scraps we'd stolen from our kitchen's salted fish. Hard bread, half-rotted apples that still had enough sweetness left in them to be worth the trouble. The kind of food that tasted better because it wasn't given to us. He didn't clear his throat or build up to it. He just said, "I think we should go," like he was talking to himself. No one asked where. We all knew, that silence, the way no one looked at each other. The way we kept chewing like the words hadn't landed, that was agreement. Sam spat a seed into the dirt. Tomorrow, Jonas still didn't look up. 2 mornings before sunup, Nathan nodded. Eli wiped his hands on his pants. I didn't say anything, but I was already picturing the tide. We met 2 mornings later, just before sunrise, in the kind of pale, still light that feels like the world hasn't started yet. The moon was still visible, hanging low in the sky like it hadn't made up its mind to leave. The dirt was damp from night air, and everything around us smelled like the ocean. Not fresh like wind and salt stale, like old ropes and barnacles and the inside of a bait barrel. We didn't bring much, a couple flasks of water, a loaf of bread wrapped in a cloth, some rope, a pocket knife none of us could use, right? Eli brought his father's compass. The face was cracked, and the needle had a habit of drifting even when you held it steady, but he brought it anyway. Sam brought a hammer for some reason, though he never said why. Jonah had taken the skiff from the far end of the dock, where the unused boats were kept. It wasn't in good shape, but it floated. That was enough. It creaked when we pushed it into the shallows, and for a second I thought the sound might carry and wake someone. But the village above us stayed dark. No lights, no footsteps. Just the soft hiss of water and the thump of oars against the side of the hull. We climbed in. Jonah and Nathan took the oars first, setting a rhythm without speaking. The rest of us sat in silence, our backs to the shore. I didn't look back. The water was colder than I expected, not freezing, but deep cold like it came from underneath something. There wasn't much wind, just a faint breeze that moved in slow, irregular pulses. It brushed the surface of the sea in places. I watched the light from the sky ripple and disappear beneath the oars as we moved. As we got farther out, the shape of the island came into view slowly, like it was pushing through fog we hadn't noticed before. I'd seen it all my life, but only from shore. Now, from the water, it felt different, bigger, heavier. The trees formed a jagged silhouette against the sky, and the hills behind them looked like sleeping animals just starting to stir. The closer we got, the more it felt familiar. The shape of the coastline, the slope of the land. It was like rowing toward a memory one you couldn't fully place until you were inside it. There was a moment, maybe halfway across, where I turned to look behind us and saw that our own island was already fading into mist. A low fog was moving in fast, curling over the water like smoke through grass. The beach, the houses, even the trees gone. Just a soft grey smear behind us. It looked farther away than it should have. "Fins," Sam said, and he said it too calmly, like he was trying not to cause a stir. We all looked. Just to the right of the boat, something slid under the surface. Long, smooth. It passed without sound. Then another, and another. 4, just below the waterline, circling in wide, slow arcs. I couldn't see their shapes fully, but they moved like they had purpose. Sharks, Jonah said under his breath. Black tips, I think. Eli leaned forward. "How can you tell?" Jonah didn't answer. He just started rowing faster. So did Nathan. Neither of them said a word. But the skiff began to lurch forward harder with each pull. Sam reached down for the hammer in his bag and gripped it like it would make a difference. The boat started to wobble with the force of the strokes. Water splashed. The nose tilted. I tried to stay calm, but the air around me had gone thin, and every muscle in my body was bracing for something I couldn't see. The island was close now, close enough to see the rock line clearly. No dock, no paths. Just broken shoreline and thick brush that came almost down to the water. A crooked tree leaned out over the water near a narrow stretch of beach, barely wide enough to stand on. It looked untouched, uninviting. Then came the hit. A soft thud, followed by a jolt that rocked the skiff-like weight slammed into something just below the surface. "Reef!" Jonah barked. The boat tilted violently to one side, then the other. Water surged in through a crack below the center bench. Cold, fast, rising. Something heavy clattered against the boards, maybe the hammer. A second later, one of the bags split open and spilled across the bench bread. Rope, the knife all sliding toward the low side. "Out!" someone yelled. We didn't argue. We moved. The skiff was already sinking under us. One side dipping hard. I kicked off the bench and dove, not even sure if I was jumping or falling. Water swallowed me to the neck. The cold hit like a punch, and my breath locked up in my chest. Behind me splashing, gasping, limbs crashing into water. I could hear it all but didn't look back. The current fought harder than I expected. My arms were sluggish, my legs heavier than they should have been. I kicked toward shore, every breath shallow and burning. Something brushed past my foot too fast to register, too soft to be a log. I didn't stop. The distance couldn't have been more than 30 yards, but it felt like swimming through glass. The kind that keeps pulling you down instead of letting you break through. When my fingers finally hit rock, I hauled myself forward so fast I scraped both elbows raw. I didn't care. I just wanted to be out, one by one. The others crashed onto the beach behind me, crawling, dragging, coughing up seawater. The skiff was already gone, either swallowed by the reef or drifting. Half flooded, back into the mist. None of us had our bags. No compass, no food, no knife. The hammer was probably at the bottom of the sea by now. Everything we'd packed was gone. We stood there, shivering, dripping, catching our breath. One by one, we looked at each other, counting. 5 of us. No one missing, no one hurt, at least not badly. Then we looked around. It took a few seconds before anyone spoke. "This is the same place," Sam said, slower this time. "It's the same beach." It almost looked like it. Same crooked tree leaning out over the water like it was eavesdropping. Same cluster of black rocks jutting up along the curve of the cove. The same soft slope leading into the tree line beyond. Even the shape of the shoreline felt familiar, like we'd looped through time instead of space. Jonah turned in a full circle, scanning the trees and the shore and then the water again. "We didn't go anywhere," he said. His voice didn't sound angry. It sounded resigned. Eli was squinting at the ocean, his face tight. We rowed across, we saw the island, we left. He didn't say it like he was arguing. He said it like he was trying to remind himself. No one responded. We started walking slow at first, still trying to make sense of it. The beach looked nearly identical to our own, but it wasn't. The rocks were a little too sharp. The slope rose at a slightly different angle. The tree line was thinner, the color of the grass not quite right. Close enough to confuse us, different enough to keep us on edge. There was a narrow path leading off the beach and into the woods, just wide enough for two of us to walk side by side. None of us remembered it being there before. The air was different as we climbed, heavy and warm, like the weather had changed without warning. The trees swayed gently, but the grass up on the slope moved just a little too much. Jonah took the lead, Sam just behind him. Then Nathan, Eli, and me. We'd only made it about 30 or 40 paces up the trail when Nathan came to a stop. At first, I thought he was just catching his breath. But then I noticed where he was looking up the slope, toward the tall grass hugging the hillside. I followed his gaze and froze. She was so close. A very tall woman. She wasn't walking. Wasn't moving at all. Just standing in the grass like she'd been waiting for us to see her. No one spoke. No one moved. Even the wind kept going like she wasn't part of the world. The grass around her swayed. Her dress clung damply to her legs, but she didn't shift, didn't breathe. Her arms hung straight at her sides, too straight, too heavy, like she didn't know how they were supposed to work. She stood maybe 10 yards uphill, close enough to see the wrongness in how she carried herself. Her posture looked almost human, like a figure drawn from memory by someone who'd never actually seen one. That's when I realized what had hooked in my brain. Everything around her moved. But she didn't, not even a twitch. "Do you see her?" Ellis' voice was low, tight, like he wasn't sure if he was talking to us or himself. Of course we saw her. None of us had looked away. It felt like blinking might break. Some invisible barrier and make her come closer. Then she smiled. I didn't understand why it made my stomach twist at first. It wasn't exaggerated. It wasn't monstrous. It was subtle, just wrong. Her mouth stretched into what should have been a smile, but the shape was off. The corners bent down instead of up, like someone had tried to mimic it from memory and gotten the geometry wrong. But the rest of her face, the parts that move when you smile, those were perfect. The cheeks lifted, the skin around her eyes crinkled. That mismatch was worse than anything else. Her eyes were kind. Genuinely kind, not cold, not distant. She looked at us the way a mother looks at her children. There was warmth in her expression, and it made my skin crawl in a way I still can't explain. I can tell you this, if I'd known then what I know now about that woman, I would have turned and swum back out into the water. I would have taken my chances with the sharks. Gladly, she raised her arm. The motion was slow, unnatural-like. Her joints didn't belong to her. Her hand lifted until one long, stiff finger pointed straight at us. We didn't scream, we didn't run. We just started backing away. Careful not to turn around. Like we thought not facing her would make things worse. Sam bumped into Jonah, who muttered a curse under his breath. "Why is she pointing at us?" Sam asked, barely audible. Nobody answered. I kept watching her finger. Something felt off. The angle. It wasn't quite right. Eli squinted, stepping half a pace forward. "Wait," he murmured. "I don't think she's pointing at us." I looked from her finger to her face. He was right. Her eyes weren't on us. They were aimed just above our heads. Her arm cut across the air in a straight line, not to us, but over us. That's when I felt it, that slow pull in my gut. The primal feeling that something was behind me. We turned, all at once, and saw 5 people standing in the woods behind us just beyond the path. Half shaded by the trees, not hidden, just waiting. They looked like us. Same height, same hair, same build. But they were wrong in ways you didn't notice at first. The clothes were mirrored buttons on the wrong side, shoelaces tied in configurations that didn't make sense. Nathan's double had a tear in his shirt, but on the opposite side. Ellis' double stood with arms crossed like he always did. When nervous, except the arms were reversed. Left where the right should be. They weren't moving, just standing there. Perfectly spaced, aligned, like mannequins arranged in a storefront. We didn't speak, they didn't either, just stared expressionless. Like they were waiting for something. I stepped back without meaning to. The crunch of leaves underfoot sounded deafening. The air had changed. Not colder, not darker, just wrong. Like the rules we trusted had quietly stopped applying. I glanced back at the woman. She was still there, no longer pointing. Her body hadn't moved an inch, but her head was pushing forward. Just her head. Tilting, straining toward us like it was being reeled in. Her neck stretched too far. Vertebrae visible under skin that looked too tight to bend. Like she was trying to close the distance without taking a step. Like she wanted to reach us with her face alone. She stared at us with that same backward smile mouth bent into a shape sorrow should never take. And those warm, impossibly kind eyes. That contradiction grief twisted into joy settled in her face like it had always belonged there. Her eyes were on us now, not the doubles, us. I could feel the weight of her attention pressing against my chest. Eli made a sound, a sharp, shaky breath in that collapsed into a sob, quick. Uncontrolled. That was all it took. Her body didn't move. Her face didn't change. She just opened her mouth and screamed. It didn't sound human. It didn't sound like anything that should exist. It started low, like the groaning of a ship under pressure. Then it rose into something sharp and metallic, like rusted metal being torn apart underwater. The pitch climbed beyond what a person should be able to produce. We hit the ground instantly, hands to our ears. The sound wasn't just loud, it was inside us, in our bones, our teeth, our skulls. Sam was yelling something, but I couldn't hear it. All I could hear was her. And then it stopped. No fade, no echo, just gone. The silence that followed hit just as hard. My hearing felt muffled, like I'd been underwater. For a few seconds, I could only hear my own breathing, sharp and uneven. When I looked up, she was gone. And the others, the ones who looked like us, they were gone too. Disappeared without a trace, like they'd never been there at all. "I want to go back," Eli said behind us. His voice cracked halfway through. "We shouldn't have come here. We need to leave." None of us answered. We didn't have a plan for any of this. We didn't even know what this was. "I think we are home," Nathan muttered, but it came out wrong. No one agreed. No one even looked at him, because whatever this place was, it only looked like home. And now it knew we were here. We had no boat, no choice, so we moved inland. There wasn't a conversation about it. No group decision. Just a quiet understanding that staying where we were felt worse than pushing deeper into the island. We didn't know what we were looking for. Maybe shelter, maybe sense, but doing nothing seemed like asking for whatever came next. The forest swallowed us quickly. The path that had been there a few minutes ago disappeared behind a wall of brush and bark. The deeper we walked, the stranger everything became. The trees were wrong. Not in obvious ways, nothing. That would scream out to someone who'd just arrived, but we knew trees. We'd grown up climbing them, chopping them, counting the rings of ones that had fallen in storms. And these felt like copies, imitations, like something had tried to recreate them from memory and missed the proportions. Too many knots, branches that twisted back toward the trunk, bark that felt like damp cloth when your hand brushed past it. The ground was soft, but not with moss or leaves. It felt loose, like something had recently shifted underneath it. The air smelled like iron and mildew and something sweet rotting deeper in the woods. Eventually we found a clearing, no wider than a fishing boat. A fallen tree split it down the middle, half uprooted, with thick green moss crawling along its trunk like veins. Jonah sat down on it, hands on his knees, his face pale. "What the hell was that?" he asked. No one had an answer. Sam was pacing again, running a hand through his hair over and over. Eli stood with his back to a tree, eyes scanning the brush as if he expected the woman or something else to step through it at any moment. That's when we heard it a click, soft, mechanical, out of place. Not a branch snapping or the wind shifting, but the distinct sound of a latch lifting, a door, opening somewhere ahead of us in the woods. None of us said to move toward it, but we did. No one suggested turning back. No one asked if we were sure. Maybe because saying it out loud would make it real. Or maybe because that sound, the quiet, Metallic certainty of it felt like a thread pulled taut, and we couldn't stop ourselves from following where it led. As we moved, the forest didn't grow thicker. It grew darker. The light filtering through the trees lost its sharpness. Not just shade-like, the sunlight itself had started to dim before it reached the branches. The air pressed in again, not sharp like on the beach, heavier, like something watching had started to breathe. Eventually, the trees broke into another clearing. The grass here was shorter, yellowed and dry, crunching underfoot. And in the middle of it stood a house. None of us spoke at first. It wasn't broken down or ruined, just old. Weathered boards, sun-faded paint. A small porch sloped slightly to one side, and the roof looked like it had sagged a little in the middle, like something heavy had once sat on it. It looked like the kind of house someone might still live in. We approached slowly, cautious, not curious. Something about it made our steps slow down without us talking about it. I kept scanning the windows, half expecting someone to be standing just behind them, watching. Nathan stopped before the others did. He tilted his head slightly, then pointed to the corner of the porch. "My dad made a post like that," he said quietly. "What do you mean?" I asked. He didn't answer right away. He walked a few steps closer, squinting at the frame around the door, then to the woodwork under the windows. "It's like our house," he said. "It's not the same, but it's close." He stepped up onto the porch. We followed, hesitant. None of us wanted to be near the place, but no one wanted to let Nathan go alone either. The door was already cracked open, just a few inches. Nathan hesitated anyway. Like something might still reach out and shut it. Nothing did. So he pushed it open the rest of the way. The smell hit first, just stale air and old wood. Like a room that hadn't been opened in too long. The kind of place where dust doesn't float, it just settles into the walls. It looked small from the outside, but the inside felt deeper. Bigger than it should have been. Like the walls had stretched just enough to be wrong. Inside, the light was dim and orange-tinted, like it was filtering through the wrong kind of glass. The hallway was narrow, a coat rack on one side, faint scuff marks on the floor. A chair in the corner that looked familiar, though I couldn't say why. Nathan stepped in first. We followed, slow. Nathan was quiet. He was looking at the photographs on the wall. They were of his family. His parents, his sister, him. But everything was reversed. His dad's watch was on the wrong wrist. His sister's birthmark had switched sides. The smiles looked normal at first, until you stared too long, too symmetrical, too wide. To the right, a doorway led into what looked like a living room mirrored. On our island, Nathan's living room was to the left when you walked in. Here it was flipped. Not just the layout, everything. The furniture was the same kind. Not identical, but close. Same colors, same wear patterns. A clock on the wall ticked just a half beat slower than it should have. The painting above the mantel showed a landscape we all recognized, except the river ran the wrong direction. "I want to go," Eli said behind me. His voice was barely there. None of us answered. We just kept looking. The room held us. Not physically, but in that way, a nightmare does, where the air feels thick and stepping backward might wake something up. We weren't frozen, just slow, careful. Jonah was eyeing the bookshelf. Eli hovered near the fireplace. I stood by the wall, watching the second hand on the clock stutter with each tick. Sam moved toward the painting above the mantel, staring at it like he expected it to blink. No one talked. We were all too deep in its canning corners, studying the little wrong details, trying to figure out what this place was. Then Sam turned, brow furrowed. "Where's Nathan?" Every head snapped around. He wasn't there. He hadn't made a sound. No footsteps, no door creak. He'd vanished like air. We searched the house fast, calling his name, moving from room to room in a rush that didn't feel loud, just clumsy. Like our panic didn't want to make noise but couldn't help it. There weren't many places he could have gone. The hallway led to a small kitchen, a stairwell, and a narrow back room with a locked door. Jonah tried the handle and found it wouldn't budge. No light under the crack. No sound from inside. Sam ran up the stairs 2 at a time. Eli and I closed behind. They creaked under us like normal stairs, nothing theatrical. Nothing dramatic, but every groan from the wood felt too sharp. Like the house was responding. There were 2 bedrooms upstairs. One was empty, bare except for a bed frame and a window nailed shut. The second had a dresser, a mirror with a cracked corner and more photographs. A different version of Nathan's family, this time. The faces were missing from some of the frames, blurred out or too dark to see. But no Nathan. When we reached the bottom, Jonah wasn't there. We found him just outside. A few steps off the porch, arms crossed. I checked around the house too, he said, not looking at us. He's not here. We stood there, all 4 of us, facing the house like it might give something back. The open door gaped in front of us. Cold air leaking out like it didn't belong to this place. Sam looked at me. "Do we go back in?" No one replied. Then footsteps from inside, slow, measured. Getting closer. The porch creaked. Nathan stepped into the doorway. Just stood there, like he'd never left. His face was blank. His shirt was damp. None of us spoke. No one moved. He stepped forward slowly. One hand brushing the frame like it grounded him. He looked rested, calm. His clothes were the same, but the fit seemed off, like they belonged to a version of him just slightly smaller, or built differently. He blinked, squinted at us, then frowned, puzzled. "What?" he said. "Why are you all staring at me?" Eli was the first to speak. "Where the hell did you go?" Nathan tilted his head. "What do you mean?" "I was upstairs. We checked upstairs," I said. "Every room." Nathan looked at each of us, one by one. His face was blank at first. But then something shifted, a flicker of a smile that came and went too fast. Not warm, just performed. "I saw you," he said, "through the railing. You were in the hall. You just walked off. That didn't make sense. We'd torn through every room." He wasn't there. No one had seen him. And there was no way he could have missed the noise we made. I was watching his hands. Nathan always rubbed his thumb against his knuckle. When he was nervous, a little tick. Unconscious. This Nathan's hands were still, relaxed, at his sides. He stepped down from the porch. None of us moved. "Are we going?" he asked. Same voice, same face. But the rhythm was off by a beat. Too calm, too smooth. No one answered. We just stared, waiting for something to twitch wrong. I opened my mouth to say something, but I couldn't make the words form. Not the right ones, anyway. We just started moving brisk, determined. Not quite running, but no longer willing to stop. The sky was dimming fast, the woods deepening in color, and everything around us seemed to press in with a quiet that felt more like watching than stillness. Jonah walked up front. Sam stayed beside me. Eli and Nathan trailed behind us. A little slower, not too far back at first. We were almost to the beach when it hit us. A voice cracked open behind us, rasping, high-pitched, like a throat trying to speak for the first time, and tearing itself apart in the process. There was the shape of a word, but the sound didn't know how to hold it. We froze. None of us looked back. "Run," Jonah said firmly. That was it. So we ran. Branches whipped our arms, roots caught our feet. The path bent the wrong way more than once, and every tree looked like one we'd already passed, but we kept moving. Pushing forward through the tightening forest until the trees finally broke open again. And we saw it, the dock. Warped and crooked, half sunken at the far end. A boat was tied to it. Not the one we'd taken, but something older, narrower, still afloat. We stopped at the edge of the road right next to the boats and turned. I checked to make sure everyone was with us. Eli was not. I watched the clearing, expecting to see him jogging up behind, cursing or out of breath. But the bend in the path stayed empty. We waited. A few more seconds passed. Then we heard it. A scream, ragged and sharp, echoing through the trees like it didn't belong to a voice, but something breaking. Not words, just pain. Jonah moved first. He stepped away from the boats. 1 foot toward the woods, and that's when she appeared. She walked slowly out from the bend of the clearing, circling into view. Cradled in her arms was Eli. He was still screaming. His body writhed, legs kicking, hands clawing at her shoulders. She didn't struggle. She didn't even seem to notice. Her arms were wrapped tightly around him, pulling him against her chest like a mother, calming a child in the middle of a tantrum. Her face was fixed on us, not Eli, not the forest, just us. Her eyes never left ours, like she wanted us to see everything. And we did. That same downward smile carved her mouth into a deep, strained curve. It looked like the expression had been sculpted into her face with wire, pulled tight and wrong. But her eyes told a different story, soft, glassy, full of warmth, like she was watching something beautiful unfold. As she held Eli tighter, her lips quivered slightly, as if the shape was difficult to maintain. Her cheeks twitched, like they couldn't decide whether to frown or laugh. She was trying to be gentle. She wanted us to know that. Eli was screaming, but it wasn't just fear. It was pain, real pain. The kind that stopped sounding human. His arms pushed against her shoulders, clawing, slapping, nothing that made a difference. His legs kicked out violently, his whole body thrashing like an animal in a snare. The heels of his boots barely scraped against the dirt as he was being held up. And still, she looked at us, like we were the ones she was holding. Sam made a sound, half a sob, half a curse, and stepped forward. Jonah grabbed his arm. "We can't," he whispered, his voice cracking. "We can't." But we all took a step anyway. I did. I felt my foot move before I meant it to, like something in me couldn't stand still and watch. Then Eli screamed again, louder this time, high and desperate, raw at the edges. The kind of sound that burns your throat even when you're not the one making it. He kept kicking, kept trying. She didn't flinch. Didn't tighten her grip suddenly. It wasn't violence. It was pressure, steady. Controlled, like she was soothing him into silence, one bone at a time. His screams of agony unraveled into a choking, broken gasp, like even his voice was giving out. Then we heard it. A single crack, subtle, quiet. Like a thick branch snapping underfoot. Eli jerked once in her arms, then stopped moving. His head lolled against her shoulder. His arms dangled at his sides, empty of fight. She didn't stop smiling. She held him there, still watching us. Her eyes locked onto ours like she wanted to see what we'd do next. Her fingers brushed his back in slow, meaningless circles, like she was soothing him to sleep. Jonah stepped backward first, then Sam. I followed. I didn't even think I just moved. The boat scraped against the rock as we pulled it into the water. Nathan hadn't spoken. I looked at him once, just once, and wished I hadn't. He wasn't crying, wasn't breathing hard. He was standing completely still, watching her. And there was something small and soft at the corner of his mouth, an attempted smile. Just enough to be seen, just enough to be wrong. We climbed into the boat, pushed off. No one looked back except me. She was still standing at the edge of the trees, Eli's body limp against her chest, one arm wrapped around him like he was hers, and the other lifted slowly. She waved. We didn't speak on the water. None of us touched the oars at first. The tide pulled us gently, like the sea itself was too tired to fight. The sun had almost slipped beneath the horizon, casting everything in that strange copper light that makes the world feel unreal, like you're seeing it through memory instead of your own eyes. Jonah finally took one oar, Sam the other. I sat in the middle, arms locked around my knees, staring at the ripple patterns trailing behind us. I don't remember when we lost sight of the mirrored island. I just remember the moment the real one came into view. The same island we left, same houses, same hills, same docks. But we didn't come back whole. One of us was dead, and one of us came back wrong. There was a crowd at the shoreline, people from the village, parents, a few older brothers, a grandmother with her arms folded tight. They weren't shouting or pacing or scanning the horizon. They just stood there, like they'd been waiting. The boat scraped against the sand. Hands reached out, my father, Sam's mother, Jonah's uncle. They helped us out without a word. their eyes flicking from face to face, counting. When they didn't find Eli, no one said it out loud. They just knew. His mother began to cry quiet at first, then sharp and shuddering. His father stood behind her, unmoving, staring past us at the horizon like he was still hoping to see his son come into view. One of the older villagers, maybe the priest, maybe just someone who'd done this before, put a hand on her back and gently led her away. She didn't resist. She just let herself be led, walking like someone made of paper. Someone reached for Nathan and pulled him ashore. Calm and deliberate, his mother rushed forward next, throwing her arms around him, clutching him so hard it looked painful. She was crying too, but it was different. Her hands twisted in the back of his shirt, but her face stayed tense like she was, trying to convince herself this was really him. Like she already knew she'd have to let go again. Nathan didn't hug her at first. He stood stiff for a second, then slowly he wrapped his arms around her. When she pulled back to look at him, something shifted in her face. Her hands stayed on his shoulders, but her fingers had gone stiff. Her eyes scanned him like she didn't recognize what she was holding. Nathan smiled. "You're holding me like I died." His voice was almost playful. Almost. He let out a small laugh, quiet, thin, like he wasn't sure if the joke had landed. It was too practiced. It started too fast and ended too late, hanging in the air like it didn't know when to stop. His smile stayed in place, but it didn't settle right. The corners of his mouth began to pull down instead of up. At first it looked like a twitch. Then it kept going, bending further, stretching the muscles in his face into that same strained expression we'd seen on her. A smile that was trying to mimic joy, but failing at the geometry of it. His eyes didn't match it. They looked heavy, glassy, and full of something that didn't belong in a smile. Regret, maybe, or grief. He wasn't afraid, just resigned. Like something inside him understood what came next and didn't try to fight it. His mother let go of his arms. She took a step back, one hand covering her mouth. Behind her, the others had already started to move. They didn't raise their voices. They didn't argue. It was as if the whole village had already made peace with what needed to happen. A few men stepped forward. Jonah's uncle, Sam's father, a neighbor I didn't know by name. Nathan didn't resist. He didn't ask why. He just stood there, shoulders low, his eyes still on his mother. One hand reached for his sleeve, another for his collar. They escorted him to the sea like they'd done it before. No ceremony, no shouting. Just the sound of the tide and the low murmur of footsteps on wet sand. They held him under until the waves stopped moving around them. And then they let him go. I still wonder if the real Nathan died in that house, or if we left him there alive, watching us walk away. Sometimes I think what came back with us wasn't pretending. I think it believed it was him. We begged our parents to send someone back. A boat, a search party, anything. But they just looked through us, like we hadn't spoken, like we hadn't seen what we saw. By the next day, no one even said his name. If you're driving alone at night and the road signs start to distort, you've entered 7 Turns Road. Here's how to survive. If you ever find yourself driving alone at night, maybe after a night drinking with friends, getting off work late, or pushing yourself to reach a distant destination, refusing to stop for rest, and suddenly you're on a road that doesn't appear on your GPS or map, unsure how you even got there, you may have unknowingly been selected by 7 Turns Road. Take a deep breath and follow this guide exactly. I've traveled this road myself many times. There is no turning back, no stopping, only forward. First off, you need to understand something: you were chosen, and I have no idea why. There are no rituals, no secret incantations or hidden routes to memorize. Believe me, I've looked for patterns, I've tried to outsmart it, and I've failed every time. The truth is simple and unsettling: you'll never find 7 Turns Road intentionally. It finds you. At first it's subtle. After making just one turn, your original route blends seamlessly into an endless stretch. That feels both familiar and surreal. It doesn't matter where you were originally heading. You'll know with absolute certainty you're truly on Seven Turns Road when the temperature abruptly plummets, and roadside signs blur, warp, or become nonsensical, dreamlike symbols, distorted letters, upside-down markers. You'll feel it deep in your gut. Don't fixate on the signs, that's how it tricks you into losing control.
You can slow down, even stop briefly, hell.
If panic sets in hard enough, you can step outside for a breath, but never. Ever make it a habit. Those who get comfortable leaving their vehicle don't tend to survive. Read carefully, memorize these steps, and accept the reality you've entered. The only path out is straight ahead. Continue along the road. Wherever you started will feel somewhat familiar, yet increasingly distant. Eventually, this stretch will lead you to a second turn. Your car's radio will switch on automatically attempts to turn it off, or adjust the volume will fail. At first, you'll hear faint white noise that gradually evolves into a woman's soft muttering, indecipherable gibberish that slowly transforms into coherent words, spilling out your darkest secrets, hidden truths you've told no one. I was terrified the first few times, but keep your eyes glued to the road. Your headlights are your only illumination, and you cannot afford to crash. Ignore the woman and drive until the next turn appears. By the third turn, any lingering familiarity of your surroundings will vanish entirely. A dense, oppressive forest will surge upwards, it's thick. Tangled branches arching overhead to form an almost suffocating canopy, enclosing you completely. On either side of the road, animals will appear, standing impossibly still. A fox, a squirrel, a bear, a bird, all fixed like grotesque statues. Their empty, hollow eyes will lock onto your every movement, heads slowly pivoting in unnatural synchronization as your vehicle passes. Keep driving. Do not acknowledge them. They aren't animals, not anymore. They're mere husks, puppeteered by the road itself as silent watchers. If curiosity compels you to glance again, and trust me, you shouldn't, you'll notice those husks beginning to distort, melting as if made from wax beneath a relentless flame. Fur sloughs away in thick, wet clumps, revealing slick, gleaming surfaces beneath, like dark, chitinous exoskeletons. Eyes liquefy, dribbling slowly from their sockets in streams of viscous decay. The forest around you fills with the sickly sound of dripping, the quiet cracks and pops of joints shifting beneath unraveling skin. Eyes forward. Keep your foot steady on the gas. Pretend you don't see them. Because I assure you they see you. At the fourth turn, your fuel gauge will begin to plummet alarmingly fast. Your headlights will flicker intermittently. Remain calm. The road is enticing you to exit your vehicle. Do not. You're safe if you remain inside. Your speedometer will become erratic, but maintain a steady, comfortable speed. The radio's whispering will grow louder, clearer. The woman's voice will narrate every tiny detail of your existence. Each blink, heartbeat, every breath you take. Even the sweat dripping down your back onto your seat. Pay her no mind. Your focus must remain solely on the road until the next turn. On the fifth turn, a gentle snowfall begins, serene at first, softly coating your car. Normally it might be calming, but the snow quickly intensifies. You'll notice your hearing fading alongside the thickening snowfall. The harsh wind buffeting your vehicle will abruptly stop. Your engine sounds will disappear, followed by your own panicked breathing. All you'll have left is a faint ringing in your ears. Visibility deteriorates until your headlights barely illuminate the blizzard. This snow goes on endlessly, miles upon miles. Do not look to the sides. Though silent, shadowy silhouettes will crawl toward your slowly moving car, attempting to pry their way inside or distract you into veering off the path. If you panic and leave the road, there's no returning. Some shadows will dash suddenly in front of your car. My advice? Pretend they're not there and keep driving. Eventually, you'll encounter a sign, ever-changing, surreal, similar to those at the first turn. Each glance away alters its appearance, but it signals your sixth turn. Right after passing this shifting sign, turn right immediately. Do not miss it. On the sixth turn, your hearing will gradually return. The relentless snowstorm, which seemed eternal, will abruptly cease, melting away rapidly and leaving you alone on the road. The road itself will deteriorate, becoming rough and worn before shifting into gravel. Your car will shake violently, rattling over every pebble and rock. Soon these sounds will grow louder, heavier, disturbingly similar to the snapping and breaking of bones beneath your tires. An open field will suddenly stretch out around you, filled with hundreds, perhaps thousands of tall, dark figures. Initially, you might mistake them for dead, leafless trees, but they will begin to slowly, unsteadily move toward your vehicle. The smallest of these entities tower nearly 10 feet, while the largest stretch close to 20. Their elongated forms resemble charred bone fused with twisted bark. They possess smooth, featureless faces and deep, hollow mouths emitting anguished voices, cries, screams, and pleas of those you've loved, lost, or failed. You'll feel an overwhelming urge to stop and help them. Resist it. Accelerate as quickly as possible. The sound of cracking bones beneath your wheels, combined with their sorrowful cries, will make this turn one of the worst you've encountered. While slow, they will inch closer. Speed past them. As you approach the final turn, a profound sense of relief and accomplishment will flood through you. You'll feel as if you've narrowly escaped digestion by something monstrous and spat back out into safety. This turn will be deceptively beautiful, almost rewarding, adorned with climbing roses and vibrant flowers. Euphoria will briefly fill you until your headlights begin to flicker. Your dashboard lights flash erratically, and every warning signal activates simultaneously. Your vehicle will abruptly die, coasting to a complete stop. With one final flicker of your headlights, utter darkness, deeper than any you've known, will consume you. This is the final test. The road will determine your fate. Remain inside, silent and still. You'll soon hear tapping and knocking against windows, doors, even beneath your car. Countless entities will circle and inspect your vehicle, breathing heavily and scratching at the exterior. Hold tightly to your steering wheel, do not brake, or attempt to restart your car. Your car will begin shifting as they're pushing it towards something immense. You'll hear shuffling footsteps rapidly retreat, fearful. Then, something massive will open wide, though invisible in the darkness. You'll sense its enormity. Your car will shift downward, your stomach plummeting as adrenaline floods your veins. A sudden drop will follow. Your vehicle will slowly descend into something terrible, crushing and grinding around you. You'll hear the car being chewed apart, the metal shredding. Sharp edges will puncture through the floor. Roof and sides, something will scrape your flesh. The vehicle will compress tighter, the roof pressing inches from your face. The sound of destruction deafening. Then, with a final, sickening spin, you'll plummet, spiraling until consciousness fades. You'll awaken gasping on a quiet roadside, the exact place 7 Turns Road first claimed you. Feel the grass, the dirt beneath your fingers. Breathe deeply. You've survived for now. But surviving once doesn't mean freedom forever. I've traveled this road more times than sanity should allow, and each escape comes at a heavier price. Keep this guide safe because the road won't forget you. Even as I finish typing this from the supposed safety of my driveway, I look up, and where my house should be stands an endless road stretching onward. Signs distorted and beckoning. 7 Turns Road calls me again. The conductor was never human, we just didn't see it. Walter had been a train engineer for nearly 40 years. He was the kind of man who blended into the machinery, whose presence hummed in the background like low voltage. He arrived before everyone else, left after they were gone, and knew the locomotive like a surgeon knows skin and sinew. Colleagues respected him, though no one got close. He rarely smiled, often stared too long at nothing in particular, and turned down every vacation with the same line: the train runs smoother when I'm near. At first it was just the sound, a slight echo out of sync. A whistle pitched too high, the rails humming in patterns that felt too personal. He thought it was just fatigue, an old man's nerves. But over time, the sounds sharpened. They spoke, not in commands, but in suggestions, gentle, persuasive, intimate. They told him who didn't belong on board and who wasn't real. One night, walking his usual midnight rounds, he paused outside cabin 6. The man inside looked wrong. His face was blurred, expression vacant, like a passenger photoshopped into reality. The voice whispered clearly he shouldn't go any further. Walter didn't feel fear, just a strange sense of purpose, like a long-delayed instinct kicking in. He opened the door and sat across from the man, who slept without stirring. Then, with quiet precision, Walter looped his belt around the man's throat and pulled. The body convulsed. Stilled, nothing else. No resistance, no sound. As if the train itself muffled the moment. Walter stared down at the body and wondered. Not if he had gone too far, but if this was only the beginning. After that, it became routine. He went for sleepers first, as they were easy, quiet, and forgettable. If they stirred, he drugged them with industrial-grade chemicals borrowed from the maintenance kit. One man woke mid-process. Walter broke his skull against the cabin wall, again and again, until the screams stopped. The cleanup took hours. The voices were pleased. They said heat meant life. Brains meant value. They praised his precision. At first he counted 5, 10, 15. Then he stopped counting. He would lock in some passengers in an empty car. He would feed them and watch them. One wept, one prayed. One begged to be killed. Walter complied one by one. He took no pleasure in it. He simply understood the necessity. One night he entered a carriage where a family was seated. A mother, a father, 2 children. He stood in the doorway for a while, gripping a sledgehammer in both hands, watching them. The father slowly rose and stepped in front of the children, shielding them with his body. Walter said, "You're obstructing the route." Then he did what had to be done. The mother screamed once. The children stayed silent. He didn't touch them. He simply closed the door to their compartment, locked it, and walked away, listening to the sound of their fingernails scratching at the glass. The train made no protest. It kept moving forward. Walter knew that someday all the doors would open, that he would find himself bound on the floor, beneath the groaning weight of the wheels, staring into the train's eyes, not through a mirror, not through the windshield, but directly. He wasn't afraid of pain or death. What terrified him was the thought of seeing himself in those eyes. The man he had become, or the one he had always been. There were favorites. People he didn't kill right away, people he studied, touched, not sexually, rather emotionally, mechanically, as if he was learning how they worked, how they broke. A woman once asked him, "Why me?" He simply said, "Because you're here and they want you." He didn't lie. That was reason enough. He no longer saw it as murder. It was maintenance, a sacred duty. The train demanded balance, and balance required sacrifice. His hands stopped trembling. His thoughts arrived pre-packaged, like timetables from an invisible station. He no longer heard the train's engines. He heard its breathing, and sometimes, its laughter. He began skipping stations, departing without permission. Manifest errors went unnoticed. Missing persons got buried in bureaucracy. Those who tried to question him were met with silence. After all, the real conversations now happened within, with them. Sometimes, late at night, he caught glimpses of his own reflection, only it wasn't his. Not anymore. Rust around the eyes, oil stains in the shape of teeth. A face like a memory of a face, rebuilt from spare parts and static. When the company tried to forcibly retire him, he didn't protest. He simply vanished into the depot and found an engine long out of service. No name, no route. She started like she missed him. He pulled her onto the tracks and let instinct lead, or prophecy, or whatever now lived beneath the rails. That night all signals failed. Cameras cut out, the train disappeared. Hours later, one message blinked onto the dispatcher's screen: next stop off schedule. He was never seen again, but sometimes on deadlines. In the middle of nowhere, conductors report hearing a whistle in the fog, low. Endless, wrong. And those who fall asleep on late-night platforms, sometimes wake in a carriage with no windows. No exits, just flickering lights and the soft clank of boots in the corridor. They say the conductor walks alone, no face, no voice, only eyes, glowing faintly like lanterns drowned in oil. No one knows where the train comes from. But all agree on one thing: as long as it moves, it only takes one. If it ever stops, it will take us all. This is a warning. If you hear kids calling outside your window after 2 a.m., don't answer. And whatever you do, don't say your name. There's something wrong with my street, my town, and it starts after midnight. You'll hear laughter children playing, sometimes tag, sometimes jump rope, sometimes just calling. But we all know better. You don't open the window. You don't peek through the blinds. You never go outside. I told Emily this, but she didn't believe me. She thought it was just some dumb story I made up to scare her. She doesn't think that anymore, because she's gone. Emily came to live with us in January. Her mommy aunt was diagnosed with leukemia, and my parents said it'd just be for a while, but I knew better. The grown-ups had that quiet, serious tone they only use when things are really bad. Her mother's condition weighed on her greatly. They were all each other had. Emily and I were both in 5th grade, but we weren't exactly close. I mean, she was my cousin, but we weren't friends. She cried a lot. Didn't talk much at school. We didn't like the same things. My mom said she just needed time to adjust and she needed me. The Community Creek School was just a block away, at the dead end of our street. A small charter school, praised for its community atmosphere, small class sizes, and great test scores. Emily got assigned to Miss Blackburn's class, the Miss Blackburn. Everyone knew about her. She'd been teaching 5th grade since the 90s, and somehow still looked like she was in her 30s. All the boys called her a MILF, but I was pretty sure she didn't have kids. The juicy rumor was she was a witch who fed on kids to stay young. Dumb story, right? Our town had lots of these stupid tales. The older kids always used to try and scare us with the same one about the night. Kids, if you hear kids playing outside your house after 2 a.m., don't go. Don't answer. Don't say your name, or you'll join them. We were out in the yard late one night riding bikes. Mom called for us to come inside, jokingly warning us that the night kids would get us. Afterwards, I explained the tale from our neighborhood to her. If you hear the kids, don't go outside, she laughed. What kids? The night kids. The ones that call you out. They only come after 2 a.m. She gave me a look. That's so stupid. Yeah, I said, it is. But I didn't sleep well that night. I woke up to whispers, giggles, a skipping rope sound. Then I heard the front door close. I sat up and went to Emily's room. Her bed was empty. I ran downstairs and flung open the door into the cold. Across the street by the creek, I saw them figures. Maybe 8 or 9 of them. Kids in Halloween costumes, pajamas, even clothes that looked way too old. One had a cone party hat. Another in a 90s windbreaker. Their eyes glinted like mirrors. And in the middle of them, I saw Emily, dazed, pale, walking like she was half asleep. I screamed her name. I ran to her, but she turned and looked at me like she didn't recognize who I was. I yelled her name again. But one of the children grabbed her hand and started pulling. Several then turned their glares towards me, cold, dead eyes warning me. One boy in pajamas started towards me with teeth bared and hands raised. I stumbled backward into the street, opening his mouth. He released a chilling wail. That sounded like 1,000 children in agony screaming all at once. He grabbed my arm and my flesh scorched with an icy chill. I screamed, wrenched my arm free and stumbled onto the ground. He lunged again. I crawled away, scraping my knee and elbow, but managed to scramble to my feet. All I could do was run. When I got to the porch, panting, I turned to look back. I watched helplessly, terrified as they vanished into the woods with Emily. The cops were called, flyers went up, dogs sniffed, drones flew, nothing. No sign, no prints, no Emily. My personal, horrific experience meant nothing to my family. My mother patronized me for the story I told her, calling my recollection unnerving and unrealistic. I was demoralized by her rude, dismissive tone. Weeks passed, my aunt passed. The dark cloud of Emily's disappearance has scarred our family forever, just like the mark his hand left on my arm. My skin is a slightly darker color with shiner. Scaled flesh where he touched me. It leaves me feeling branded and singled out. Alone, yet watched or even hunted. At school, we started working on the 5th grade legacy project, something each class does to leave a piece of themselves behind. This year's class chose a mural hearts painted on the back wall with our names inside. But while we were outside looking at projects from the past, something caught my eye. In the back corner stood a totem-like pole, made of a wood block adorned with plaster casts' faces. I stared at one near the bottom. I knew it, Emily's face. The plaque read 5th grade class legacy project 1997. Guided by Miss Blackburn. That would have been her first year here. And if that's true, how does she still look exactly the same? That afternoon, I went to her classroom after hours. Her blinds were drawn. The room was empty. Quiet, but something felt off. A drawer on her desk was slightly open, so I peeked. Inside, I saw something small and plastic. Emily's hair clip. My hair clip. The sparkly pink one with stars I let her borrow the night she vanished before she went to bed. That night, the handprint-shaped scar on my arm itched. I locked my window. I stuffed towels under the crack in the door. I buried myself in blankets. Every light was on. Still, I heard it. The giggles, the skipping, the whispering. They had come for me. Then Emily's voice, unmistakably terrifying and upsetting. Right outside my window, she said my name. There's a woman on the balcony next to ours. I don't know if she's alive. I don't usually post, but this has been weighing on me for a while now. And I can't stop thinking about it. My wife says I should just forget about it. But I can't shake the feeling that something's off. Not just strange wrong. I don't know what I'm hoping for. Maybe just a second opinion. Maybe someone's seen something like this before. My wife and I moved into a small apartment in Munich in early 2023. It's a quiet place not too far from the center, a little old. But it has a balcony, which we've come to love. We go out there every evening to smoke and unwind, no matter how cold it gets. The view's nothing special, just other buildings and balconies. But one of those balconies has been bothering me since the day we moved in. To the left of our balcony, almost perpendicular, forming an L shape, is another balcony. It belongs to a unit where an old woman lives. We've seen her a few times, which is how we know it's just her. We've never seen anyone else there. But here's the strange part. Her apartment is always dark. Always. I mean pitch black. We've lived here over a year now. We're on the balcony almost every evening. And I have never seen a light on in her apartment. Not once. Not a flicker. Not a hallway light, not a reading lamp, nothing. Day or night. Rain or shine, her windows are like black mirrors. We see her sometimes. Some weeks we don't see her at all. Then she'll appear on her balcony again like nothing happened. She never really looks at us. Sometimes she responds to a hello with a faint, almost off smile. Most of the time she doesn't react at all. But what really gets me is what she does when she's out there. She leans over her railing far, dangerously far, and cranes her neck to look at the balcony next to hers. Not at the sky, not down into the street, the balcony itself. She bends out so far it looks like she's about to tip over. Sometimes she stays like that for minutes, not moving, just staring. I've seen her do it multiple times now. It's always the same, the angle, the stillness, the way her hands grip the rail too tight. My wife swears she's seen her standing close to our balcony door once, late at night, just standing there, not knocking, not moving, not even looking in, just there. We didn't hear her come out. We didn't hear her go back in. She was just there one moment and gone the next. We've asked the landlord about her. He just shrugged and said, "She's been there a long time, quiet, keeps to herself." I've looked at that balcony every night since. Some nights, nothing. Other nights, she's there again, back in her usual position, leaning over just a bit too far, staring into someone else's world like she's trying to remember it. I don't know who she is. I don't know if she's even really living there. But whatever she is, I can't shake the feeling that she's not watching them. She's watching us, and maybe she always has been. Let me know what you think. Am I losing it, or does this sound as weird to you as it feels to me? Since I learned what happens after we die, I wish I had never been born at all. I was raised in a devout Catholic household. I've spent my entire life dedicated to the faith. As a kid, I was an altar boy, and as an adult, I spent most of my free time volunteering to plan church events, fish fries, charity work, spring fairs, bake sales, all that stuff. I fell short of becoming a priest despite my attempts. I tried seminary, but I was never that great at school. And when they politely pointed me into other ways I could serve God in the church, I read between the lines. I don't want you to get the wrong idea about me. I'm not a saint by any stretch of the word. I was and am a coward. It's as simple as that. It was not a love for God or a duty to my fellow man that kept me involved in the church. It was fear and fear alone. For as long as I can remember, I have been terrified of death, and even more so of the concept of hell. Whoever thought that telling 5-year-olds in Sunday school that if you're mean to your mom, God will sentence you to an eternity in lake of fire is one sick fuck. I would wake up screaming in the night from nightmares of being banished from God's kingdom. I would cry myself to sleep most nights, afraid that I would never wake up again. My parents, bless their hearts, tried everything to help me. They took me to church counseling, talked with priests, and eventually got me on medication. It took a while for us to find the right dosage, but by the time I was 20, they calmed the raging storm of daily panic to a slight drizzling sense of dread. As an older adult, the rational part of my brain took over more, and I started to pull away from the church. Inconsistencies in the Bible, the geographical nature of God, the scholarly studies on interpolation, and more all made me question my faith. Then I learned the idea of hell that were taught in church, and pop culture isn't even described in the New Testament. And hell is not present in the Old Testament at all. I still went to church, and I definitely believed in something. But my convictions grew weaker and weaker. In some ways, I was comforted by loosening the grip on my faith. In other ways, it was terrifying. My fear of hell was being slowly chiseled away at, but it was replaced with a much greater nagging fear, the fear of the unknown. I used to believe that not knowing was worse than any hell. And at least if you know there's a hell, you could try to avoid it. But if hell was the worst thing the human mind could think of, imagine how much worse the unthinkable could be. Unfortunately, it was only a few years that I lived with this new fear before I learned how wrong I was. Several years ago, scientists successfully brought someone back to life. Well, kind of. They brought a person's consciousness back to communicate with. I'm not the right person to get into the minutiae, but my basic understanding is this: they found a soul, or more accurately, they found a particle in the brain that is responsible for consciousness. Using that, they were able to take someone who was dead for 2 weeks and successfully hook up this soul particle into a series of machines and communicate with them. Here, it'll probably be better if I just show you an excerpt from the transcripts that was published alongside the paper that changed our world. Researcher? All right, the device is active. All channels are clear, right? Good. All right. Hello, are you able to hear us? Can you give us a sign that you can understand what I'm saying? Patient what? What's happening? I can hear again. Oh, my God, I heard something. Can you hear me? Where am I? What's going on? Researcher, great. You can hear us. We're just going to ask a few questions. First, do you remember who you are? Patient, can you hear my thoughts? Oh, thank God, praise the Lord. Please just help me. I can't do this anymore. I can't, researcher. We are trying to help, sir. Please. Let us know if you can remember who you are. Patient, yeah. Yes, of course. I mean, yes. My name is redacted. I was in a car accident. That's the last thing I really remember before all this. Have I been in a coma, or am I a vegetable or something? What have you been doing to me? I don't want to be a part of whatever this is anymore. I don't want no. No, I don't want this. Researcher, we need you to relax. We are going to help you. We will answer your questions soon. We just have some quick questions to get to first. What can you tell us, Abi? Patient, oh God, you're not going to help, are you? Please, I need you to... God, please. I just can't do this. You have to help me. It's been so dark and quiet for so long. I was alone with nothing by my thoughts. Researcher, sir, we need you to calm down right now. We're trying to... Patient, I kept trying to communicate. I tried screaming or moving or doing something to tell someone. Anyone to pull the plug. I could tell they were experimenting on me or something at first. But I just wanted them to let me go. I remember feeling needles and them cutting into my flesh everywhere. And then even that was gone. I can't feel my limbs. I can't move. I can't see. I just want it to stop. The blackness and the silence and the thoughts. I need it all to stop. Please, I know you're trying to help, but I don't want to be alive anymore. I can't live anymore. Please kill me. Please. Just kill me, please, I am begging you, our Father, who art in heaven. The study tried to explain what occurred in scientific, academic and clinical terms the best they could. But it wasn't until later revelations that we as a society truly grasped the full meaning of all this. The scientific world was hesitant at first, but once it was peer-reviewed and repeated, there was no slowing this down. This breakthrough was described as the greatest discovery since Charles Darwin's On the Origin of Species. Nearly every major scientific organization shifted their resources to study the soul particle. The funding seemed unending for this research at the time, and people begged to know more. Many religious organizations rushed to build labs to be the one to prove their God was the true one. They brought back countless saints, Picus, Pujaris, pagans, Satanists, and even fringe cult leaders. But one by one, they all found the same result. The truth is, there is no heaven. There's no afterlife. There isn't even really death as we know it. Once you hit a certain point in development, a light turns on. That light can never go out. They were able to talk to that first patient for a while and learn more. He died pretty much instantaneously in that car crash. His body was sold and practiced on in a medical school. He felt everything they did to him before his nerves decayed. He could tell at first his eyes were closed, but some glimmers of light would occasionally pierce through the eyelid. So he knew they still worked. Eventually his eyes completely failed, and then his ears. And finally the last trickle of pain from his decaying body was replaced with nothingness. Not blackness, not silence, not numbness. Nothing. He assumed he was alive and paralyzed or something similar, and he prayed that any minute he would die. It wasn't until the scientists explained that he had been dead for 2 weeks that his bleak reality hit him. We have been able to bring back countless numbers of people after death at this point. Even those who have been dead and buried for thousands of years can be salvaged to an extent. Although after around 100 years or so, they become impossible to communicate with. Being alone with your thoughts for that long just causes you to forget how to think in any meaningful language. I guess as far as we can tell, there's no way out of this. Everything you are, everything you have felt, everything you know and ever will know is all just contained in a single microscopic particle that controls your nervous system and body. You are not your body or your brain. You are a single atom in the cockpit of a biological machine. We still don't know how or why it works. But it doesn't appear in the brain until around age 3 or 4, and once it's there, there's nothing anyone can do. It's not present in any animals. It's just humans in this hell as far as we can tell. Scientists have checked every cause of death imaginable, and it's still present. We've tried cremation, dissolving in acids, nuclear explosions, you name it. The soul particle has survived it. If it can be destroyed, we haven't found a way to do so. Some theorize that when the sun envelopes the earth in 5 billion years, we'll finally be released from our prisons. But others believe that's just wishful thinking. Whatever the finer details may be, it's been undeniably scientifically proven the conscious soul outlives the body and is forced to be alone with itself with no input for the rest of eternity. At least in hell you could feel the heat. Funding has dried up, and any further research into the topic has ceased entirely. Not much point of learning anything anymore. Society moves on slowly and without aim. Some of us still work, trying to find meaning in this short time we have through menial labor. But most of us just sit at home and wait for the end. Every church, temple, and mosque lies vacant now, besides a few diehards who still believe they can pray their way out of this. I wish I had an ounce of their optimism, but if there was a religion that offered a heavenly alternative to our doomed reality, it died off a long time ago. No matter how devout or moral or evil anyone is, they will meet the same undignified end. The Bible got one thing right, at least. Meaningless, meaningless. Everything is meaningless. Ecclesiastes 12. I thought the coming apocalypse would look like the movies, but really people are too nihilistic to do anything anymore. I'm sure a few weirdos lived out some sick fantasy. But when you're faced with an eternity of nothingness, earthly pleasures seem so small in comparison. Billionaires and those with political power secured themselves machines that could keep them in a somewhat comfortable state after death indefinitely. But these machines take immense power and oversight to keep running 247. It's hard to convince someone to spend what little time they have left making sure some dead rich asshole is comfortable. So when their money runs out, or people just get bored, the machines are abandoned, and they're thrust into nothingness just like the rest of us. Recently, there's been an entire ban on having kids. Everyone had to be castrated. It sounded unthinkable at the time, and people fought back, and blood was shed, but it's pretty well accepted now. It was the most humane thing we could have done, knowing what we know. No one deserves to be brought into a world you can't escape from. When the youngest generation alive today dies off, there will be no humans left on Earth. The irony is that I spent most of my life being staunchly pro-life. I used to think a child's death was the worst thing that could happen. It turns out they were the lucky ones. They were the ones who got out in time. I try to appreciate what time I have left. But how could I when I know what terrible fate will befall each and every one of us? I tripled my medication dosage, but nothing keeps the waves of panic at bay fully. And there's no way to administer medication once the body is gone anyway. I try to take solace in the fact that I'm not alone in this. Every single one of us has to go through it, right? It's humanity's cross to bear, so to speak. But I know in my heart that there is no solace in suffering together. My mom used to tell me a story when I was young. She said that the greatest decision she ever made was when she left that abortion clinic and had a change of heart at the last second. She used to say I was the only thing she didn't regret in life. I'm glad she died before this study came out. I'm not sure she could have lived with herself, but for what it's worth, I forgive her still. I wonder if there's a parallel universe out there where she went through with it. I wish I wasn't born in that universe instead. We found a journal from 1979. The last entry was a warning. There were 6 of us when we started. Me, Josh, Lena, Amir, Val, and Nico. We'd been planning the hike for weeks up in the Rockies, 2 days in. 1 day out. We'd all done tougher hikes before. But we underestimated the weather. Bad call. The blizzard came in fast, cutting off the trail and blinding us. We got luckier, so we thought when we found the cabin, it was half buried in snow, tucked under a slope of pines. No path leading to it, no power. but the door creaked open, and inside was dry wood, old furniture, and a fireplace, like something from an old movie. And in the back room, on the table, was a journal. Entry 1, January 3rd, 1979. If you're reading this, you got caught too. Don't trust the voices outside. They'll sound like people you know. They're not. We tried to eat rations first. Then the dogs. We made it 12 days. Then James disappeared. We all thought it was a joke, an edgy prank journal left by campers. Josh laughed, but Lena didn't. She said the handwriting didn't look fake. Amir pointed out there were no animal tracks outside. No birds, no wind either. Like the snow was pressing in around the cabin. That night, we heard knocking. Not on the door, on the walls. Like someone tapping with their fingers. Nico opened the front door and shouted into the snow. Nothing, no echo. Just thick, unnatural silence. Entry 2, January 7th, 1979. It took Sarah last night. She stepped outside to pee. We found her boot, just one. The prince circled the cabin 4 times before disappearing. Something's out there. It doesn't come in, but it's watching, waiting. Val didn't sleep that night. She kept staring at the window, swearing she saw a shape in the trees. She said it looked human, but wrong. Too thin, too tall, its head tilted like it was listening. Then Josh vanished. He went to get more wood from the back shed. He was gone 5 minutes. When we found the shed, the door was open. Inside was a smear of something dark on the snow. Not blood, blacker, thicker. His flashlight was lying upright on the ground, still on. Entry 4, January 11th, 1979. It mimics their voices. James said my name last night. But James is dead. It's getting smarter. It's always hungry. I tried not to look at it, but I saw it once. In the reflection of the window. It has no eyes. We're 3 days in. Rations are low. The storm hasn't let up. Last night, Amir said he heard Josh whispering to him, saying he was cold. That he was alive just outside. Val tried to block the door, but Amir pushed her away. We had to hold him back. Lena found something scratched into the underside of the table. Eat or be eaten. It feeds on starvation. It waits for the weak. Val's fingers are turning blue. Nico won't talk anymore. Lena's feverish, and I swear the cabin is smaller than it was when we arrived. Then Amir found the skull. He was trying to dig through the snow by the shed, when his shovel struck something hard. It wasn't a rock. He brought it in this bleached, twisted thing. It looked half deer, half human. Antlers curved like branches. Hollow eye sockets, with long teeth and a jaw that didn't belong to any animal we knew. He said he felt warm holding it. We begged him to leave it outside. He refused. Said he felt stronger, less hungry. That night, he sat by the fire cradling the skull like a trophy. Then, he started talking in his sleep, muttering in a language none of us knew. At one point, he stood in front of the mirror and tried to wear the skull like a mask. It didn't fit, but he jammed it over his face anyway. We had to stop him. Lena cried. Val threw it into the fire. It didn't burn. Entry 6, January 13th, 1979. It wants a vessel, a body to wear. It can't come inside unless invited. But once it finds a host, it doesn't need to knock. I heard Sarah's laugh in my own voice. I think it's inside me now. That night, Nico disappeared, and Amir is still staring into the mirror. I don't think it's Amir anymore. Entry 7, January 14th, 1979. Val was next. She started talking to herself, pacing the cabin. Then one morning, she was gone. No door opened, no window broken, just gone. Lena tried to hang on, but her fever took her mind. She started talking like Amir. Same words, same pauses, the same grin. I woke up and found her standing over me, whispering, "It's not so bad if you just give in." I ran. Locked myself in the pantry. She scratched at the door for hours, then silence. Entry 8, January 16th, 1979. I haven't seen anyone in 2 days. I think I'm the last one left. But he's outside, Amir, or what's left of him. He knocks sometimes. Just once. Every hour. Sometimes he uses Josh's voice, or Lena's. Once he spoke in my own. It's safe now, the storm is over. Come out, I know it's lying. But the worst part is, I'm not cold anymore. I'm not hungry. I feel light. I caught my reflection in the glass. My eyes looked darker, not just the color. Like they were deeper. Like something was looking out through them. The knocking's getting louder. I can't write much longer. My hands are shaking. He's at the door. He's saying, I know you're tired. Come see your friends. I don't want to be alone anymore. I'm going to open the door. I work night shift as a guard in the Pine Shadows Mall. There is a strange list of rules. Have you ever ignored your instincts so completely that your own body rebelled against you hard-hammering? Skin crawling, something in your chest screaming, don't, but you did it anyway. For money, would you take a job that offers cash, no paperwork? No background checks, and only one real requirement, follow the rules. Even when the rules don't make sense. Even when they feel like they're written in blood instead of ink. Because I did. And now, I don't think I ever really walked away. It started 2 months ago. I was broke. Not the tight on cash broke. The kind of broke where your stomach becomes your alarm clock. Car totaled. Job lost, rent due, utilities overdue. Every text notification gave me a full body spasm because it could be my landlord, the bank, or a collections bot, reminding me I was already underwater. It burned through all my favors. I was out of people to borrow from, out of lies to tell myself, and out of the kind of luck that keeps you coasting. Then I saw the ad, buried in a forgotten corner of Craigslist under the etc. Category, no images, just text. Night security needed, cash paid daily. Discretion required. No prior experience necessary. No background checks, must be punctual. Must follow the rules. There was a number, a name Marvin. Call between 9 p.m. and 11 p.m. only. It reeked of desperation, and at that moment, I was fluent in it. I called at 9:04. Marvin picked up on the second ring. His voice was dry, clipped. Not unfriendly, just efficient. You want the job? He asked. Not what's your name, not tell me about yourself. I guess I need to know what it is first. Night security, Pine Shadows Mall. Starts tonight. That dead mall on the edge of town? Only mall still technically open, he said. Technically. No interview? Nope. No paperwork? Nope. You just hire people over the phone? I hire the ones who show up, he said, then gave me an address. Back entrance. 11:50 sharp. Don't be late. He hung up. Pine Shadows Mall used to mean something. I remember coming here as a kid. Birthday parties, movie premieres, pretzels and neon signs. It had a pulse then, a hum of life, echoing from every food court and arcade cabinet. But by the time I showed up, the place had already been gutted. Only a handful of stores still operated during the day, mostly clearance outlets, and dying franchises clinging to rent deals. At night, the place was a crypt, a concrete lung that had stopped breathing years ago. The lot was empty except for a dented blue sedan parked under a crooked light pole. The lamp above it flickered like it was fighting sleep. Marvin was leaning against the dock door, short and wiry, with skin like wax paper and eyes that moved more than he did. Every few seconds he glanced over his shoulder, like he was expecting the shadows to cough. You're early, he said. Is that a problem? I frowned. No. Late's bad, he replied. How bad? I asked with an intention to start a conversation, but he didn't answer. Instead, he handed me something, a laminated card the size of a phone. It looked homemade, faint scratches on the plastic, corners a little worn. Read this, he said. Memorize it. Don't break it. Don't bend it. Don't get clever. The card read, Night Shift Guidelines, Pine Shadows Mall, clock in by 11:55 p.m. Never later. Lock the main doors, all of them. Between 12:15 a.m. and 100 a.m. Avoid the east wing, no matter what you hear. If you see someone on the food court carousel, do not acknowledge them. Walk away. At 2:33 a.m., check the toy store. If the clown doll is missing from the window, leave immediately. Never fall asleep. I laughed before I could stop myself. Are you serious? Marvin didn't laugh with me, not even a smirk, just stared. You think this is funny? He said with something more than anger in his eyes. Kinda. Rule 5 especially. The clown doll? Really? I tried to explain. He leaned in, his voice low. You follow the rules, or you end up like Gary. Who's Gary? I demanded. He stared at me for one long, unblinking second, then turned away. Clock in at 11:55. Most sane people would have left, called a friend, laughed about it over beers. But I wasn't feeling very sane. I needed the money. I needed something. So I stayed. The interior of the mall felt worse than the outside. The temperature dropped the second I crossed the threshold. It wasn't the cold of poor heating, it was unnatural. Like the walls themselves had been sitting in a walk-in freezer. The lights buzzed overhead like dying insects. A sickly yellow hue flickered across cracked tile floors and shuttered storefronts. Some of the store names were still intact, but most were covered in grime or half-ripped signs. The kind that turned skin pale and shadows harsh. The scent was what hit me hardest. It wasn't the musty, closed-up air you'd expect. It was something sharper. A strange mix of burnt plastic and floral cleaner. Like someone was trying to hide the smell of something rotting beneath. I walked past old kiosks, abandoned booths with faded signs that once hawked phone cases and cheap jewelry. Dust clung to everything. The kind of dust that looks disturbed even when you're sure no one's touched it in years. All the storefronts were dark. Some still had mannequins in the windows, posed like frozen corpses in promotional gear. Others were completely stripped down, nothing but broken tile and torn-up carpet. A security desk sat near the central junction. Outdated monitors showed grainy black and white footage from various corners of the building. Half of them were static. I clocked in at 11:55 p.m. Exactly. The ancient punch clock beside the empty security office made a sickly crunching sound, then spit out my time card like it didn't want to touch it. I made my first round. I began locking every exterior door. Marvin had underlined that part on the card, every last one. Locked the 6 main entrances. Each one had a separate key. Some locks protested. One of them nearly snapped off in my hand like they didn't want to cooperate. I had to yank and push and swear under my breath as I turned the keys. By the time I got the last one bolted, my shirt was sticking to my back. But I got them all sealed by 1200 a.m. And then I stood at the edge of the east wing. At exactly 12:15 a.m., I was standing at the junction that led to the east wing. The air changed. It wasn't just colder, it felt heavier, thicker. The air that carried a hum not mechanical, but organic. Like a breath echoing through an old pipe. You'd think it'd be hard to ignore something ominous. You'd be wrong. The lights above the east wing flickered faster than the rest of the mall. The kind of flicker that looks like strobe lighting. And beyond the first few storefronts, the hallway stretched into darkness. The east wing wasn't just dark, it was wrong. And then it began. Children laughing, soft, musical, coming from nowhere and everywhere all at once. The kind of laughter that should have made you smile, but instead made your stomach knot. There were no kids in that mall. There hadn't been for years. The laughter echoed like it was bouncing through drain pipes, joyful and twisted. I heard a song a rhyme something about spinning and catching and counting to 10. I stood frozen, eyes locked on the darkness stretching down the hall. My instinct screamed at me to check it out. That's what security guards do, right? No, I didn't investigate. The card in my pocket was suddenly heavy, almost hot. My hand moved to the card in my pocket. Avoid the east wing, no matter what you hear. So I turned, walked away. Every step was like walking through water. Heavy, reluctant, but I obeyed. As soon as I passed the vending machines and left the corridor behind, the laughter stopped. Dead silence. That made it worse. That was the first time I felt it watching me, not Marvin, not a person. The mall. Like the building itself knew I was there. This mall at night was a different beast. I'd seen dead malls before, passed them off as nostalgic eyesores. But Pine Shadows wasn't just empty, it was hollow. Like the walls had absorbed every scream, every whisper, every echo of life, and decided to keep them. My next round took me to the food court. Most of the chairs were stacked, but a few remained scattered, as if someone had sat down to eat years ago and never got up again. The floor tiles were cracked in places. The neon signs above the former vendors flickered with ghost colors. And then I saw it. The carousel. It sat in the center of the food court like a relic. A small, child-sized ride with peeling paint and silent horses mid-gallop. The kind of thing you'd expect to find in a 1980s arcade commercial. I'd noticed it during orientation but didn't think much of it, until now. Because someone was on it, a man wearing a gray hoodie, sitting completely still atop a faded white horse with blue reins. His head was tilted slightly downward. I couldn't see his face. Every inch of my body tensed. I wasn't sure how he'd gotten in. Every door was locked. No alarms had tripped, no cameras had pinged, nothing made sense. I didn't look at him long, just long enough to feel the wrongness radiating from him like heat from an open oven. The rules came back to me. Rule 4, do not acknowledge them, walk away. So I did. My pace steady, breath shallow, eyes forward. As I rounded the corner into the storage hallway, I allowed myself one glance back. The carousel was empty. No sound, no motion. Just me and the sick realization that I'd been watched. 2:33 a.m. The moment burned into my memory now. But that night, I approached the toy store with curiosity more than fear. The glass windows were grimy, streaked with years of fingerprints and smudges. Old displays sat gathering dust-wooden trains, off-brand action figures, plastic dinosaurs. And in the window, right where the rules said it would be the clown, it was about 2 feet tall, red yarn hair, painted white face, cracked smile. A red nose that looked like it had been jammed on crooked. Its eyes were painted with long black lashes and little blue teardrops beneath each one. It was still. Harmless, but I swear to you it looked aware. I stared at it longer than I should have, waiting, wondering. Then I exhaled. My throat had gone dry, my legs were stiff. But nothing had happened. The doll was still in place. That meant I was safe for now. When dawn broke, Marvin was waiting for me by the back entrance, arms crossed, eyes unreadable. "You did good," he said, like he didn't expect me to. I wanted to ask questions. About the clown, the man on the carousel, the East Wing, all of it. But before I could open my mouth, he was already walking back toward his car. I told myself it was just stress, that I was overreacting, that my brain was filling in blanks like it always did. When things felt too quiet, I figured I could muscle through, make it a week, stack enough cash to get my car fixed and buy some breathing room. But the mall didn't work like that. Pine Shadows doesn't let you adjust. It waits, it watches, and then it changes the rules. Night 3 is the shift that broke me. That was the night I made my first real mistake. It wasn't anything dramatic, just 2 minutes late. I missed clock in by 2 goddamn minutes. My ride bailed on me last second, said her cousin got sick or arrested or both, and she had to turn around. The buses stopped running before 11, and I didn't have cash for a cab, so I ran. Literally ran, across town, through a cold spring night, lungs on fire, shoes slapping pavement like they were trying to fly off my feet. The whole way there, I kept checking the time on my burner phone. 11:40, 11:47. 11:52, 11:54. 11:56. I was still outside the mall, 11:57. I slipped my badge into the clock and heard it punch the time. 2 minutes late. I stood there, panting, sweat freezing on my neck, staring at the card like the numbers might change if I looked hard enough. But they didn't, and the mall felt it. The lights were different. They buzzed louder, like angry bees trapped in glass. The hum wasn't consistent anymore, it warbled in and out, like static through a dying speaker. The air itself carried a weight, thick and uneasy. Every shadow felt a foot too long. Every step echoed a beat too late. Then the radio started crackling. At first, I thought it was just interference, bad batteries, or dust in the wiring. But the sounds weren't random. They had rhythm, patterns. Phrases almost spoken too fast and too low to catch fully. It was like something was trying to talk through the static. Then I noticed the doors. Doors I had locked on previous nights were now wide open. Not all of them. Just enough to make it feel deliberate, like they wanted me to check. I didn't. I turned right around and locked them again, fast. The second the deadbolts clicked into place, I heard something move on the other side. Not a person, not an animal. Something else, 12:15 a.m. The east wing began to breathe. I don't have a better word for it. The whole hallway felt like a throat inhaling. Air pressure shifted, lights dimmed. Then came the footsteps, heavy, slow, measured. Not the patter of a child, not the shuffle of a homeless squatter. These sounded like boots, big ones, and dragging behind the metal. Like someone was pulling a length of chain or scraping a shovel across tile. I couldn't breathe. I backed into the janitor's closet, shut the door behind me, and sat on a bucket with my hands clenched around my radio, listening to something move just outside. I didn't come out until 101 a.m. When I did, the hallway was empty. Except for the floor, scratches, long deep gouges in the tile, as if someone had taken a rake and dragged it violently across the ground in looping patterns. Some were in arcs, others straight lines. But they all stopped just inches from the janitor closet door. I didn't say a word the rest of the shift. I didn't even breathe loud. Marvin was waiting for me the next morning, as usual. But this time, he didn't speak. He just handed me a new laminated card. It wasn't worn like the others. It was fresh, clean. Like it hadn't been handled before. I flipped it over. Updated night shift rules, Pine Shadows Mall. If you miss clock in, stay outside. Don't come in until 101 a.m. Apologize aloud when you do and hope it's accepted. If you hear any strange sounds, close your eyes and chant, "We shall obey. We shall obey." If doors are unlocked when they shouldn't be, relock them, fast. Never open the gate to the children's play area. Not even if you hear crying. I held the card for a long time. Marvin didn't say anything, just watched me. Like he was studying a patient who'd just been told they were terminal. "Who writes these?" I finally asked. He shook his head. "They write themselves." The next several nights were hell. I started seeing things. Not full hallucinations, just quick flashes. Something flickering in the corner of my eye. A silhouette ducking into a store aisle. A face behind a window that wasn't supposed to have anyone inside. Once, while walking past the sunglass hut, I saw a woman behind the counter. She was too still, her arms hung at her sides. Her hair was jet black and bone straight, falling in perfect strands over a face that looked wrong. Smooth, too smooth, like someone had drawn it in a hurry and forgotten the eyebrows. Her eyes were all black, no whites, no irises. Just glassy voids staring through the display glass like it wasn't even there. She didn't blink. She smiled. I did not smile back. I moved fast. Didn't break stride. Didn't turn around. But when I got to the end of the hall and glanced back, the sunglass hut was empty again. I started talking to myself just to keep focused, reciting the rules like mantras, whispering songs I barely remembered from childhood, making up names for the mannequins so they felt less threatening. It didn't help, but it gave me something to do besides panic. And then came the worst night. It was 2:33 a.m., the moment I'll never forget. Ever. I made my way toward the toy store like always, heart pounding, mouth dry. The mall was pin-drop silent, not even the flickering buzz of overhead lights. I got to the display window, and the clown was gone. No wide grin, no plastic limbs. Just an empty spot on the shelf with a faint imprint in the dust, where it had been sitting. I froze. Every inch of me wanted to believe I was wrong. That maybe they moved it during the day. That maybe it fell off. Maybe anything. Then I heard it, a giggle, right behind me. I turned, slowly, like my bones had forgotten how to work. There it stood, the clown, upright, in the middle of the corridor. Its head tilted to one side like it was trying to understand me. Its arms hung loose, fingers curled inward like hooks. Its smile painted, but somehow too wide. It took a step, tap, and then another, tap. I didn't wait for a third. I bolted. I don't know how I ran that fast. I just know my legs moved before I even told them to. I tore down the hallway, past the carousel, past the food court, down the west wing. When I reached the loading dock door, I fumbled with the keys, hands shaking. Keys clinking, another giggle. Closer, I turned, 10 feet away. The clown stood there, still smiling. I don't remember unlocking the door. I just remember bursting into the parking lot and collapsing against the concrete, gasping for air that didn't smell like death and bleach. Marvin was there, standing next to his rusted-out sedan, arms crossed. You saw it, didn't you? I nodded. Couldn't speak. You left before your shift ended, he said. It was going to kill me, I choked out. He didn't deny it. He just said, yeah. That's usually what happens when the clown moves. I didn't come back the next night, or the one after that. In fact, I stayed away for an entire week, the longest 7 days of my life. I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that clown doll. Head tilted, feet twitching with anticipation. I saw the empty toy store shelf. I heard the click of its little shoes on the tile. But the worst part? I missed it. I missed the twisted predictability, the rules, the structure. I missed knowing when to be afraid and when I could breathe again. Normal life didn't offer that, at least in Pine Shadows. The monsters made sense. They told you how to survive. The money ran low again. I rationed it, skipped meals, sold my gaming console. Even sold my dad's old watch, the one thing I'd kept after the funeral. But by the 7th day, I was staring at an empty fridge and an eviction notice taped to my door. That laminated card, the one with the updated rules Marvin gave me, was still sitting on my table. I hadn't opened it again, couldn't bring myself to, but I kept thinking about one line. Rule 2 from the updated night shift protocols. If you hear any strange sounds, close your eyes and chant, "We shall obey, we shall obey." What got under my skin wasn't the threat itself. It was what the rule implied, that the strange sounds weren't a possibility. They were a guarantee. The rule wasn't there just in case something happened. It was written because they knew it would, like it was routine. Like it was scheduled, like it had a shift of its own. Like whatever was out there wasn't just haunting the place, it was running it. I showed up that night at 11:50 p.m., no call ahead, no warning. Just walked through the back door like I never left. And Marvin was there, sitting in the security office this time, sipping something from a styrofoam cup. He didn't look surprised. He looked like he'd been expecting me. "Are you ready to stop running?" he asked. "I'm not sure," I said, "but I'm broke." He nodded. Pulled out another laminated card. The edges were silver this time, not gray. Not white, silver, final protocols, Pine Shadows Mall night security. If the clown appears again, you have 2 minutes to leave the mall. If the man on the carousel waves at you, wave back. Then close your eyes and count to 10. Never speak to the cleaning woman. She's not real. If you receive a call from an unknown number between 2:22 and 2:44 a.m., end the call immediately and shut off your phone. Above all else, do not question the rules. It was the last line that got me. Not just the words, but the tone. The desperation under them. Do not question the rules. Not can't, not shouldn't. Do not. It read like a warning to me personally. Like it knew I was the kind of guy who would start pulling at threads. That night was the one he'll never forget. It started like the others, walking the same routes, locking doors, checking cameras. But tonight felt different. Something was in the air. Something heavy and oppressive, like the mall itself was holding its breath. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, despite the fact that I was. At around 100 a.m., I walked past the food court again. The carousel was silent. The horses empty. The air was thick with the musty smell of old popcorn and stale air conditioning, and the lights flickered above. Then I heard her. The faint sound of someone humming. I stopped in my tracks, my heart thudding in my chest. It wasn't a laugh this time. It was eerie hum tune that made no sense, as if it was part of a forgotten lullaby. I couldn't pinpoint where it was coming from, but the mall felt alive in a way it hadn't before. I glanced down the hallway and froze. A woman stood near the janitor's closet, sweeping. She wore an old, faded uniform with the name Edna stitched across the front. She was humming to herself, her back to me as she pushed the broom back and forth across the floor. I didn't recognize her. I'd never seen her before. She was scrubbing tiles near the pretzel stand. She was talking to herself, or to the mop, or to the air. It was hard to tell. I froze mid-step. I knew the rule: never speak to the cleaning woman. But then she looked up, right at me, and she said, "They never listen." Even the rules are part of the trap. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't mean to respond, I swear I didn't, but something inside me cracked open. "What do you mean?" I asked. Her smile twisted, not in a friendly way. In a skin-tearing, cheek-splitting, meat-pulling kind of way. Her mouth stretched past the limits of her face, revealing rows of crooked, two human teeth and something behind her eyes that didn't blink. "They write the rules so you feel safe," she whispered. "But safety is the first lie." Then she lunged. I fell back hard onto the tile. The wind knocked from my lungs. Her face was inches from mine. Her eyes glowed like dying embers. Her breath reeked of bleach and rot and something else static. I screamed, kicked. Her body hit the floor like smoke. No weight, no substance. She vanished in a cloud of gray mist that hissed and curled and drifted upward like steam from boiling skin. I didn't go for the exit this time. I ran to Marvin's office. I needed answers. I needed the truth. I needed sense. The office was dark, empty, no sign of him. But the desk drawer was open, and inside it, I found a folder, the one he must have given all of us. Inside were photographs, dozens of them. Polaroids, old ID badge printouts, security cam stills. Each face marked with a name. Each name with a note beside it. Gary broke Rule 5. Clown took him. Sam East Wing at 12:22. Lost. Lena spoke to a cleaning woman. Assimilated. Dan talking back. Becoming aware. My name. At the bottom. In red ink, under it, initiate protocol. Let him run. Let me run? Like I was part of a test, or a trial, or a joke with a punchline no one gets to laugh at. I felt sick. Because if they let me run, that means they knew I would. That they wanted it. That maybe they needed it. I grabbed the folder and bolted. And this time, the mall didn't fight me. The doors opened on the first try. No jammed lock, no clown doll. No children laughter, just me and the night air. I didn't stop running until I reached the main road. Didn't stop until I saw headlights and pavement and a gas station with flickering fluorescent signs. That looked positively divine compared to what ID just escaped. Now I'm here, sitting in a diner at 3:14 a.m., writing this down on napkins and scratch paper, watching the front entrance, flinching every time the bell chimes above the door. Not because I'm worried someone from the mall will find me, but because I think something already did. There's a man sitting outside. Gray hoodie, hood up, just staring through the window. He hasn't moved in over 30 minutes. And the waitress keeps asking why I'm talking to myself, but I'm not. I'm talking to her. The cleaning woman is standing behind the counter, still smiling, so I'll end with this. Have you ever read a story? That didn't feel like a story at all, just a warning in disguise. If someone ever offers you a job at Pine Shadows Mall, say no. No matter how broke you are, no matter how desperate. Because once you clock in, you're not just working a job, You're signing a contract you don't understand. And if you've already worked there, check your pocket. You might find a card. A new one, with your rules. And next time they might not let you leave. My squad found a tape that shouldn't exist. I don't talk about this shit often. Most people wouldn't believe it anyway. But lately I've been having the dreams again. And the only way I know how to stop them is to write it out. So here it is. We were clearing a village out in Helmand province, middle of nowhere. It was 2008, hot, dry, quiet. Intel said the place had been used by Taliban fighters just days before we got there. We moved in with our squad 3rd Battalion, 75th Ranger Regiment. The village was abandoned. No gunfire, no resistance. Just this weird, heavy silence. Like the buildings themselves were holding their breath. We split into teams to clear the home's mud huts, mostly. My fire team was with Staff Sergeant Martinez, PFC Doyle, and Sergeant Kinney. We were clearing the north end of the village when we found this one house. Looked like it'd been untouched for years, dust everywhere. But no signs of looting or life. It just felt wrong. Inside, in one of the back rooms, Martinez found this old metal box. Inside was a small tape recorder. Like a legit analog one and a handful of cassette tapes labeled in pencil. Arabic on one side, but some had English too. One of the tapes was labeled Ranger 2 Kia Log. We all kind of laughed it off. Figured it was some propaganda or sick joke. Martinez popped it in and hit play anyway. Static, then a voice. Clear as day. Timestamp 0734 hours. PFC Doyle, gunshot to the neck. Bled out in the street near the well. We all froze. Doyle turned pale. That's not funny, he said. Next line on the tape, timestamp 0740 hours. Vision Kinney booby trap in doorway, multiple shrapnel wounds, died instantly. Kinney looked at the door we'd just come through. It kept going. Staff Sergeant. Martinez ambushed near Northern Alley, shot twice in the chest. Final note, Corporal Harris last seen running into the desert, presumed dead. That's me, Corporal Harris. None of us said anything for a while. We just stood there listening to the low hum of the tape spinning. Martinez tried to laugh it off, but his hands were shaking. It's fake, he said. They're trying to mess with our heads. We left the house, but that weird feeling followed us like smoke, like something had shifted. Then things started happening, exactly like the tape said. Doyle was the first. It was around 7:30 the next morning. We were moving through the village square. Gunfire broke out brief, just a few shots. When we turned the corner, Doyle was on the ground, holding his neck, just like the tape. We called in a medevac, but he was dead before the bird even got off the ground. Martinez wouldn't talk about the tape anymore, said it was coincidence. Bad luck. 2 hours later, we heard an explosion from a house on the east side of the village. Kinney had gone in first. The blast blew the door off the hinges. We found his body inside. Shrapnel had torn through his vest, his helmet, everything, dead on impact. We were down to 2. Martinez lost it after that. He started blaming me. Said I cursed us by opening that damn box. He tried to smash the recorder, but it wouldn't break that night. He told me he was going to leave at first light. Said he'd rather get court-martialed for desertion than be the next line on that damn tape. At dawn, I woke up to the sound of distant gunfire. Martinez had walked alone toward the north alley. We found his body 30 minutes later, 2 shots, chest. Just like the tape said. I was the last one left. I should have called in command. But I didn't. I couldn't. What was I supposed to say? Hey, sir. My squad got ghosted by a cassette player from the future. No one would have believed me. Hell, I barely believed me. I left the village. Ran for miles until I got picked up by a patrol. I told them we were ambushed and I was the only survivor. That was technically true, I guess. I kept the tape recorder. I don't know why. Sometimes I play the other tapes. Most are in Arabic, but a few sound like other units. Names I've heard before, people I've served with. I don't know who made them. or what made them, but they're real. And everyone I've listened to has come true. I've got one more tape left. It just says Hera's final entry. Haven't played it yet. Not sure I ever will. Every night at 3 a.m., I hear my dead brother asking me to open the door. I haven't told anyone this, not my family, not my friends. I'm not even sure why I'm writing it down here. I guess I just need someone to believe me, or at least to read this before it happens again tonight. It's been exactly 1 year since my younger brother Elias died. He was 3 years younger than me, but always seemed older. Calmer. Kinda more grounded. While I was the loud one, the one who pushed boundaries, Elias was the type to read in silence, to smile without needing a reason. The cancer hit fast. Acute leukemia. The doctors didn't sugarcoat it. They gave us a few months, maybe. But in the end, it was barely 8 weeks. I spent most of that time with him. I helped him eat when he couldn't lift his arms. Held his hand when he was too weak to speak. Tried to joke around just to make him laugh. In the final hours, when he was barely there, he looked right at me. Not scared. Not sad. Just knowing, "Don't stay alone," he whispered. That was the last thing he ever said. After that, everything shut down. There was a flat line on the monitor, a few soft words from the nurse. And then nothing. The world just stopped. I didn't cry much. Not at first. I think part of me refused to believe he was really gone. I disconnected from everything: school, friends, routines. I slept all day. Stayed awake all night, barely ate. I thought maybe the silence would help me process it. Instead, it left space for something else. The first time I heard his voice again, it was around 3 a.m. I hadn't been asleep, just lying there staring at the ceiling. The window cracked open to let in the late October wind. "Are you there?" It was faint, soft, coming from the hallway. I froze, not because I was afraid, but because I knew that voice. I got up. Opened the door, turned on the lights, nothing. Every door was locked. Windows closed, no sound except my own heartbeat. The next night, it happened again, same time, same voice. "Are you there?" I told myself it was a trick of memory, auditory hallucinations, lack of sleep. That made sense, right? But the voice kept coming back, every night at 3 a.m. Sharp, and then the footsteps started, soft, deliberate steps across the hallway floor, stopping just outside my bedroom. Never louder than a whisper, but impossible to ignore. Eventually, I started locking my door at night. I played white noise, music, anything. Sometimes I'd fall asleep with a podcast playing just to drown it out. But none of it worked. The sound always cut through, always him. Then came the knocking, 3 soft taps. Then his voice, "Closer now, please." Open the door. It never sounded threatening, not angry or vengeful. Just pleading, almost sad. I told myself I wouldn't give in. I wasn't going to open the door. I wasn't going to play into whatever this was, grief, trauma, madness. But it didn't stop. Then it got worse. I started finding things around the apartment, objects I hadn't seen in years. Stuff I knew was in a box on the attic. Sealed and forgotten. A small, worn-out toy dinosaur on the windowsill. His favorite, the one he carried everywhere as a kid. A half-drunk Capri Sun on the kitchen table, wild cherry. The exact flavor he used to beg Mom to buy. Each day, something new. Each night, his voice. Like the past was leaking into the present, or something was trying to lure me back. Last night, I found his old diary on my desk. It had gone with him to the hospital. I'd packed it in his bag. He never wrote much in it. But it was something that brought him comfort. It never came back home with us. I'm absolutely certain of that. And yet, there it was. Dusty, locked, familiar. I opened it. Only one sentence had been added. Written in a shaky but unmistakable hand on the last page. "I found a place for you." That's when I knew this wasn't just memory. This wasn't just grief. Something was actively reaching out. I've tried everything. I left town, booked hotel rooms, stayed with friends. I even rented a cabin hours away, in the middle of nowhere, and turned off my phone. But no matter where I go at 3 a.m., I hear him. Even when I'm awake, even when I know he can't possibly be there. And every night his voice changes, just a little, subtle at first. A slightly slower rhythm, a flatter tone, like a recording wearing down. Like a mask slowly slipping, if it's really Elias. Why does he sound less and less like himself with every visit? Tonight is the anniversary of his death, 1 full year. And I'm hearing him already. No waiting for 3 a.m. this time, his early. I hear footsteps in the hallway, slower than usual, more deliberate, closer. Then the whisper, "Please, open the door. I shouldn't. I know I shouldn't. Every part of me screams not to. But something inside me is whispering that tonight is different. That if I open it now, it might finally end. That maybe I'll see him. Just one more time. That maybe it won't stop unless I do." I'm standing up now. I'm walking to the door. My hand is on the lock. I'm going to open it. I visited an antique store a few days ago. Do not buy anything from this place. I may have to drive back out there and return what I purchased as soon as I am feeling better. Maybe I'm just hallucinating from this fever, I don't know. I'm sorry if I'm rambling. I feel like I haven't slept well in days, but all I've been doing is sleeping and having nightmares. At least I hope, they're just nightmares. Let me try to start from the beginning. 3 days ago, Roger and I took a trip out to the lake. It was a beautiful day for it. We stopped in the village just before the state park, because I'd read about a bakery there that makes giant eclairs. I think they're still out in the car now, rotting in the sun. As we were leaving the bakery, I spotted the antique store across the street. You can't miss it. It's the biggest old house in the village. Part of it converted into a storefront. I coaxed Roger inside by promising not to spend any money. That was a lie. But I'm sure he knew it. The door was open. But we didn't see anyone when we first walked in, so we just started browsing. The place was enormous. Everything was laid out by room, china cabinets, and tableware in the house's former dining room furniture. Books, old vinyl albums in what must have been the living room. You get the idea. We spent quite some time in each area. There must have been hundreds of estate sales worth of items, and none of it was junk. While Roger was flipping through old photo albums in one of the bedrooms, I snuck off to the display case at the front of the store to look for jewelry. An older woman with very long, graying blonde hair stood behind the case, almost like she'd been waiting for me. As I was about to say something to her, a cat jumped up on the chair beside me and started rubbing his head against my hand. "Well, hello, handsome. How did you know his name?" she asked. I jumped. This woman had the most striking eyes I've ever seen. "Oh, is that his name?" I just thought he was handsome. He's such a lover boy. Seriously. Her irises looked like there were galaxies swirling in them. She smiled. "He really is." "It's a very appropriate name," I said to the cat. "So, what brings you out this way?" she asked. "It's a small village." She obviously knew I wasn't from around there, right? "We're headed to the beach. It's a beautiful day for it," I agreed. "Well, I don't have any jewelry. That tends to sell quickly. And when I come across anything of real value, I usually sell it at auction myself. I don't remember asking her about jewelry." Maybe I did. No, I couldn't have. "But I did overhear you mention you were looking for brass figurines." She held up a vintage brass bell, shaped like a woman in a Victorian-era dress and bonnet. I believe it was made in England, probably in the 1950s. She gave it a shake and handed it to me. It still works. As I was examining the bell, she brought out a set of 3 brass owl figurines, small, medium, and large, and a little brass Labrador retriever. $20 for all of them, she said. She really got right down to business. I pulled a bill out of my purse and handed it to her. "Can I leave them up here while I finish looking around?" My husband may want to buy some books, of course. He'll bag them up for you. Take your time. I found Roger still in the bedroom, looking at the same stack of photo albums. You're still looking at those. There are stacks and stacks of albums here dating back to the 1800s. Are they all just family albums? Yeah. It's weird. Creepy. Are you going to buy any of them? No. He closed the album and put it back. Are you ready to go? This place feels weird. I laughed, but he was right. It did feel weird. I just have to grab my bag. What bag? I practically ran into the woman as I was leaving the bedroom. She was standing right outside the door, holding the bag out to me. Have a safe trip back to the city. I don't remember telling her we drove in from the city. But maybe we just give off that vibe. Thank you. Great place you've got here. We practically ran for the door. Once we got into the car, I showed Roger what I'd bought. I thought you weren't going to buy anything. I wasn't planning to. But she said she overheard me talking about figurines and... But you said you weren't going to buy anything. Roger, it was $20. Give me a break. How did she overhear you talking about figurines? You never mentioned figurines. You said you weren't buying anything. He was right. I don't know. Suddenly, Handsome jumped on the hood of our car. We both screamed. I had to carry the big baby back to the store and set him inside the door. After that, I didn't feel like going to the beach anymore. Roger was happy about that. I feel like I could sleep, he said. Me too. And that's exactly what we did as soon as we got home. And this is where we've been since in bed. We've both missed work. I wonder if we caught something from inadvertently touching mouse droppings while rummaging through things. It's plausible. We both have a fever, and it's been giving us some really unsettling dreams. Roger keeps dreaming he's trapped in the attic of that house. With some of the people from those albums, I can tell he's genuinely frightened. I feel so guilty. I wish I'd never talked him into going inside. I wish he'd never bought anything. A few times, he sat up in bed screaming that it feels like something is laying on his chest, which is terrifying. Because I swear I've felt something moving around in the bed. Sometimes even walking on me. Like a cat? Roger doesn't hear it, but I keep hearing a bell ringing. The bag made it into the house, but I can't find the bell. I feel like I've lost my mind. Do you think it would seem unhinged to bring the items back? I don't even know what I'd say to her. I don't want the money back. What would you do? Maybe I can just leave them inside the door as soon as I feel better. What they don't tell you about lost episodes. Growing up, I always knew that I had the coolest dad in the world. He never breathed down my neck to have perfect grades, and he took me on tons of trips to different cities all the time. My room is full of souvenirs from all the places we visited. The coolest thing about him was that he was an animator for Cartoon Network. This meant that several of my favorite cartoons were some of the stuff he worked on. Whether I was watching reruns of old shows or watching the latest episodes of my new favorites, there was a good chance my dad was involved in their production. He even brought home copies of some storyboards he was working on. It was so cool being the kid in school who had sneak previews of upcoming shows. My friends always circled around me to read the storyboards with me whenever we hung out. It was almost like reading a comic book. My friends eventually asked me if my dad had any lost episodes in his collection. Lost episodes were something we gossiped about, often due to their incredibly elusive nature. They were highly obscure pieces of media that had corrupted versions of your favorite shows. I remember reading one blog post where some guy said he saw an episode of Ed, Edd and Eddy, where the trio died in a traffic accident after Eddie stole a car. Another person mentioned there being an episode of Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, where Mac imagined the entire show. We were all a bit skeptical if those episodes were even real. But my friend George was the most invested into finding them. He was the daredevil of the group. George gladly volunteered to explore haunted houses in the neighborhood and climb over the school fence when the teachers weren't looking. One time he invited us over to his place to watch a rated R horror movie and convinced us that it was all based on a true story. I don't think that guy can go a single day without getting an adrenaline rush. Your dad totally has to know what a lost episode is. I bet everyone in the industry trades lost episodes with each other, and then they make those creepypasta to tease fans. George said to me at lunch one day, he has brought the subject up again and seemed intent on finding a lost episode. I don't know, man. You sure those aren't just urban legends? Nobody's even found one of those lost episodes for real. It's all just talk. I replied back. Sounds to me you're just too scared to go looking. You almost pissed yourself during movie night last time. Stop exaggerating. If you want to find an episode so badly, how about we search my dad's laptop? Let's see what he's hiding. George came over to my place the next day to search the computer. My dad wouldn't return home from the studio for at least an hour, so we had plenty of time to get it done. I typed in the password and scanned through all his files for anything that caught my eye. Nothing really stood out at first. It was just a bunch of character design sheets and storyboards from his cartoons. Some of it was stuff I've already seen before. After 20 minutes of searching, I was beginning to lose hope when a chat room popped up on the screen. Killjoy88. Hey man, you really outdid yourself with that episode you sent us. I wasn't expecting there to be that much blood. Both of our eyes flared up. This looked like it could be something good. I checked the chat history to see that my dad had sent a message with a video file attached. I eagerly gave it a click. A video popped up that showed the intro of The Loud House. I immediately got excited because that was a show I had tons of fun watching. After the intro, a title card that read, "What Happened to Lincoln," appeared. The episode began with Lincoln's family putting up missing posters for him around town. They all looked incredibly miserable, like they were moments away from sobbing their eyes out. The animation was also a bit sketchy and had a choppy frame rate. Characters often went off model to the point. They had uncanny valley expressions a lot of the time. The episode then did a flashback to a scene of Lincoln exploring a comic book shop that was painted a cobalt shade of blue. Lincoln narrated how this was a new shop town that was rumored to have rarest comics imaginable. This version of Lincoln was voiced by an adult man, maybe as placeholder until the episode was ready to air. Lincoln entered the shop and was shocked how grungy the place looked. Colorless brick walls surrounded him, and noticeable cobwebs grew from the corners. Lincoln approached the cashier to ask him if they had Ace Savvy Obscuritas, an issue of the Ace Savvy comic series that only has 13 known copies. Hearing this, an orange-haired kid walked up to Lincoln and said he was looking for the same issue. "Isn't that Jason?" George asked. "What?" "Jason Smithera, the kid who went missing about 3 months ago." I paused the video and studied the boy's face. George was right. The boy in the cartoon definitely resembled Jason. He was a kid from our school who suddenly went missing one day. The police searched hard to find him, but nobody had any clue where he could be. I still remember seeing his parents tearfully hang up missing posters around the neighborhood. He has frizzy orange hair, bright blue eyes, heavy freckles, and a birthmark in his forehead. The kid in the cartoon was the spitting image of him. That's one heck of a coincidence. I resumed the video. The cashier was a big burly man with scraggly black hair. He told the boys how fortunate they were, since he just so happened to have the last 2 copies. He led them down to the basement, where he kept a small collection of dust-covered comics. Lincoln and the boy gleefully grabbed the Ace Savvy issues and were about to read them, when 2 men ran up behind them and pressed white cloths to their noses. They struggled to break free, but eventually passed out. The voice acting sent chills down my spine. Not only did it sound completely believable, it also sounded like they hired an actual kid actor. It was then I realized how weird it was that a kid was brought in to record audio for a lost episode, especially when they didn't do the same for Lincoln. Eventually, a group of men all dressed in black entered the room with knives in their hands. The animation style was even more sketchy now. Like the entire thing was roughly done in pencils. The men looked at Lincoln and the boy with eyes full of malicious intent. They pleaded with them with tears rushing down his face, but they only laughed at his pain. They each took turns dragging the knives across his skin before slowly digging it inside. Screams of pure agony blared from the speakers. It sounded way too real. It didn't sound like some kid recording in a booth. It was like the audio was directly recorded from a crime scene. What they did next is something I can hardly describe. They mangled that poor boy. Turned him into something that hardly looked human anymore. Lincoln shared the same gruesome fate as him. By the time they were done, blood and bone were scattered all over the room. George and I screamed in disgust at the atrocity we just witnessed. I didn't even know what to believe. Did my dad actually animate a snuff film based on a real kid? He was supposed to be the coolest guy around, not some sick freak. Against my better judgment, I looked back at the chat room and was horrified even more. The guys bragged about how graphic the gore was and how cute the boys looked when they were being mangled. Apparently, my dad and other animators had a long history of sharing cartoons, where kids being brutally tortured was the main attraction. They would find a real child to draw on a character based on them and insert them into the cartoon of their choice. The worst part was when one of the guys asked my dad if he could make a lost episode based on me. "Only if you pay me double," his message said. Things haven't been the same ever since that day. I've been real distant from my dad and hardly ever hang out with him. Sometimes I worry that he realized I found out his secret. I feel like I should go to the police. But he technically hasn't done anything illegal. Drawn images of children aren't a crime, no matter how grotesque and depraved they are. I still wonder what happened to Jason. Was my dad just capitalizing on a tragedy, or was he somehow involved in it? To anyone reading this, please don't search for lost episodes of cartoons. Those episodes are a market for perverts who love to see children suffer. Update, I finally did it. I showed my mom what I found on Dad's computer. Naturally, she was utterly repulsed and got into a shouting match with him. Insults were thrown and so were fists. It wasn't long before they got a divorce, and I ended up under Mom's custody after Dad moved away. It hurt tearing their relationship apart like that, but I couldn't stand living under the same roof with that creep any longer. Things have settled down since then, but I noticed a black van patrolling around our neighborhood lately. It's been parked in front of the house and outside my school sporadically throughout the month. I wonder if it's the same van from that video. Is Dad planning on making me the next subject of his snuff films? Right now, I can only hope and pray. I took a wrong turn and ended up exactly where I needed to be. Some roads feel like they remember you better than people do. We were driving back late. Me, my girlfriend asleep next to me, and Havana. Our 2.5-year-old dog curled up on the passenger side like she owned it. The air was cool, the sky was moonless. The kind of night where the world seems to shrink down to just your headlights and your thoughts. The GPS had rerouted us off the main road to avoid traffic. I took the turn without thinking, but once we were a few kilometers in, it started to feel like the road had taken me. There was nothing memorable about it visually. Flat, straight. Just trees on either side and the kind of quiet that gets under your skin. But something about it started pressing on a part of me I hadn't felt in a long time. A pressure behind the ribs. A heaviness that wasn't about tiredness. That's when I saw someone up ahead, a man on the side of the road, not waving. Not panicked, just standing there, calm. I slowed down, and as the lights caught his face, I nearly forgot to breathe. "Marco?" He smiled. "Hey, Petar." I pulled over. Gravel crunching beneath the tires. Havana perked her ears but didn't growl. Just looked at him like he belonged there. I got out. Marco looked older, like me, but his posture was the same, relaxed but alert. He always had this way of noticing everything without needing to talk about it. I hadn't seen him since we were maybe 11. He was never the loud kind of friend. We didn't climb trees or build forts or throw water balloons at girls. We just talked in hallways, on slow walks after school. We'd found each other because neither of us liked pretending, to be interested in the things everyone else seemed obsessed with. I never played with Lego. He didn't play soccer. We found connection in the quiet places between everything. And this road, this one exactly, was where we used to walk together. After school, before the streetlights came on. It cut behind the newer blocks and curved near an old train yard that doesn't exist anymore. We used to sit on a cracked bench back there and talk about things that felt too big to say out loud anywhere else. Like where we'd be in 20 years, like whether anyone would still remember us. Like what it meant to feel invisible, even when surrounded by people. And then one day, he was just gone. No explanation, no warning. He didn't move away in the way that kids usually do, with boxes and teary goodbyes. He just disappeared. Empty seat in class. No forwarding address. I asked once, maybe twice, but no one had answers. And I didn't push. I just let him vanish. Now here he was, on this road again, like no time had passed. I never got to say goodbye, he said. His voice hadn't changed, still soft, still grounded. He looked toward the road, like it was familiar too. I didn't even know you'd left, I said. I know, he said. But you remembered this road. I didn't mean to, but something in you did. You came back when you needed to. That's what this place was always for. I didn't understand what he meant. Not fully, not yet, but he kept going. You used to talk to me when no one else did. You let me be quiet without making me feel wrong for it. You asked real questions, and when my life was going to hell, you didn't even know it, but you gave me a place to be safe. I looked away. That lump in my throat was back. You helped me carry something I didn't have words for back then. Now I'm here to return the favor. I laughed, not because it was funny, but because I didn't know what to do with the ache in my chest. I'm fine, I said automatically. No, he said gently. You're functional. He looked at me like I'd said something untrue about my own body, like he saw the scaffolding inside me for what it really was. You've been unraveling slowly for a while, he said. You show up. You get the work done. You hold conversations, but inside you're bone-tired. Worn down by the pressure to keep it together, and no one sees it. Not the way I do. I didn't answer because he wasn't wrong. I'd been going through the motions, delivering on expectations, solving problems, nodding along in meetings, but something deeper had been leaking out of me. Something I hadn't told anyone about. That feeling like the floor could give out any second. That brittle edge just beneath the surface of every task, every social obligation, every smile. You've convinced everyone you're okay? He said, even her. He gestured toward the car, but you're not. I felt something hot building behind my eyes. Then he glanced at the passenger seat. She knows though, he said. Nodding at Havana, she's keeping you tethered, every day. You think she's just a good companion, but she's more than that. She pulls you out of the fog, reminds you there's joy and safety, even in tiny moments. I looked at her through the window. She was watching me. Tail tapping once, then still, like she understood every word. You've got more strength than you give yourself credit for, he said. But strength isn't the same as not needing help. I don't know what to do, I said quietly. You don't need to do anything tonight. Just feel it. Let yourself stop pretending for once. That's why I'm here. He looked back down the road, and for the first time I realized something. He didn't look like someone visiting. He looked like someone returning home. You came back now because you knew I was close to breaking. He nodded. This was our place. You were most you here, before you learned to hide. I figured maybe if you came back, you'd remember how to come back to yourself. I took a step forward, but he was already backing away, not vanishing. Not disappearing, just walking into the dark, like someone leaving a room that wasn't theirs to stay in. I watched until I couldn't anymore. Then I got into the car. My girlfriend stirred and squeezed my hand, still half asleep. Havana leaned gently against my leg with that quiet, solid love that doesn't ask questions. We drove. The road didn't feel hollow anymore, just quiet, real, steady. I don't know what Marco was, memory, ghost, guardian. All I know is that I needed him, and somehow, he knew exactly where to find me. That's the thing about the right kind of friendship. Even when time and distance tear it from the surface, something underneath remembers, a hidden map, a place. He came back to remind me I'm not alone in this, that I never really was, and that sometimes saving someone doesn't look like a grand act. Sometimes it looks like showing up on the side of the road. Right when the silence gets too loud. I found a letter from a Vietnam veteran. Now I'm seeing the same things he did. A few months ago, I moved into a small town in rural Ohio. The place was cheap, a rundown little house that used to belong to a retired Vietnam veteran. They said he passed away in the nearby forest back in the 70s. The house was nearly empty, except for some old furniture and dust. But on my first night, I found something strange. An old, folded letter tucked between the sofa cushions. I'm not sure why, but I felt like I had to read it. Here's what it said. I lost my best friend in Vietnam. He said he found paradise. It was a strange day, the last day I ever saw him. It happened during the Battle of Giao Ting in Vietnam. A brutal, unforgiving war. The terror still clings to me. Guerrillas set up traps and killed my comrades silently. Day or night, it didn't matter. They were like ghosts stalking us, studying us, learning how we moved, how we lived, so they could kill us better. Every night we tried to rest, but the sun would rise again just to blind us with fresh fear. One by one, the ghosts took us. They were patient. Our lead officer got cocky. The next day we found him ripped in half, painting the green ground crimson. They chewed through us slowly, savoring every moment, knowing if they made even a single sound, we would fill them with lead. Blood filled the lakes, blood filled our minds. We barely slept. Our bodies twitched and trembled, our minds stretched thin, knowing death could come at any second. But at least, I had him, the one person who kept me sane, Angelo, my best friend. I met him during training, free-spirited, fearless, a little rebellious. Everyone loved him. He once showed me a picture of his family, 4 smiling kids, and a beautiful wife. I can't wait to go home and wrap my arms around them, he said. Smiling through tears, he never slacked. He trained hard, harder than any of us. But because of that, he was always hungry, constantly raiding the canteen. He had dreams. He had purpose. One night, deep in the jungle, the darkness thickened like fog. I stayed up on watch, exhausted but too scared to sleep. I asked Angelo to take the next shift. Angelo? He nodded too fast, unnaturally like a puppet. Something felt wrong. But I was too tired to think about it. A few hours later, I heard him whispering, over and over, soft, repeating, like he was praying. At midnight, I heard him clearly. I found paradise. Come with me. I opened my eyes. I saw him sprinting into the jungle barefoot, fast, desperate. I followed, called his name, but he disappeared into the darkness. Gone. I stumbled back to our tent, shaking. His hammock was empty. All that remained was his hanging, chipped dog tag. We couldn't search in the dark. Too dangerous. When daylight came, we searched. No sign, no blood, no tracks, no Angelo. The war ended years later. I demanded an investigation. The CIA called it MIA. Missing in action. Some soldiers said he went mad. Others said he tried to escape hell, but his body was never found. When I came home, everything was gone. My family was distant. No girlfriend. No friends, nothing. I tried drinking. I tried drugs. Nothing numbed it. Every night I walked to a hilltop and smoked cigars under the moonlight. And that's when I started hearing them. Voices, soft and promising, whispering through the stars. Follow us. They opened my eyes. Angelo was right. He found paradise. I followed him there, You should too. When I finished reading the letter, I took a picture of it to show to my friends, and I laughed it off. Crazy old soldier stuff, I thought. But last night, while I was sitting outside, smoking a cheap cigar, or at least I thought it was a cigar, and staring up at the moon, I swear I heard whispering, "Follow us." I froze. Slowly I looked over my shoulder. Nothing. I checked the whole damn yard, still nothing. Then I muttered to myself, "Holy shit! This place is fucking haunted, and I'm here just trying to relax for once." I slipped the old letter back exactly where I found it. I didn't want anything to do with that paranormal sheet. A week later, I packed up and moved to a different town, but even now, I can't shake the feeling. I still haven't had a decent night's sleep since, but at least I'm starting to see his truth now. Our summer adventure turned into a real horror story, true story. Me and my friends were exploring this abandoned building once, and it was crazier than we thought. So me and my 3 friends, let's call them Joe, Bud, and Reagan. We were bored on the last day of summer and wanted something exciting to do. Bud said, "How about we go explore something?" At first we didn't really want to do that. It felt too boring. All the abandoned buildings around our town were already explored or demolished, but Bud told us about a new abandoned building, one that any of us had ever heard about. We hadn't even seen the building, even though almost all of us had lived in that town for 18 years. Except for Reagan, he moved in a couple of years back. Once Bud told us about a house that we had never heard of. All of us got very excited. All the other abandoned buildings were lame, but this one sounded very thrilling. "The building is said to be an old psych ward," Bud said. That got us even more excited. "How old is it?" I asked. "I don't really know," Bud said. "All I know is that it's abandoned and supposed to be very scary, and there may even be traps," Bud added. "Wow," we all said in unison. The traps made it more exciting for us because we were young and thought it's like a video game. We got outside, hopped on our bikes, and took off. We stopped by a store and got some snacks and energy drinks to enjoy while we were inside the building. Then it was time to go. We went into a forest nearby. Bud was the only one who knew where this place was. That made me a little bit suspicious about this whole thing. That and the fact that this was supposed to be an abandoned psych ward that none of us knew about. We walked on this path through a dense forest. The path was old and no one had been there in ages, or so we thought. It was dark, even though it was during the day because the forest was that dense. Then I started to see light coming through the thick leaves and branches in a building. Pretty small, I thought. The building was quite small, about the size of a 2-story house. It looked small because I imagined a psych ward to be huge. It looked abandoned, but not completely worn off by the weather. The windows had bars on them and the paint was in pretty good shape. Few cracks here and there, but nothing big. Surprisingly, it did not have any fence or gate surrounding it. Just the building in the middle of the woods. "How the hell have we not heard about this?" Joe said. "I don't know," I answered in disbelief. We walked up to the front door. It looked almost normal, but it too had bars on its windows. We tried the handle, clicked, the door unlocked, and we opened it. As we got inside, everything looked brand new. Walls were painted a light blue color, and the floor was made from wood, all in darn good shape for an abandoned building. Everyone was pretty anxious about the whole thing. I could feel it. "How long has this even been abandoned?" I asked. "I don't know, but it doesn't look abandoned," Bud said with this horrified look on his face. He looked like he didn't have any clue about this place. And from how he talked earlier, it seemed like he had been inside this building before. "So you have never been here?" I asked with a small bit of anger in my voice. "Nope," he told us. Now we all were scared as hell. I sensed that in each one of us. We were all scared and wanted to get out. But our egos didn't allow it, and we continued exploring. We went into a room. It had a sofa in it and a couple of chairs with restraints on it. "Wow, this actually is abandoned and old," Reagan said. These types of chairs are not used anymore, he added. Apparently he was really into abandoned hospitals and psych wards and had been researching them a lot. Then we heard a ghostly voice whisper, "Get out." "What the fuck?" Joe said loudly. Then we heard a door slam shut and footsteps followed by what seemed to be chains rattling, or someone walking with chains on their body. We looked behind us and the door to the room was closed. "Did that door just slam shut?" I stuttered. I was terrified and almost had a panic attack. "I think it did," Reagan said, also stuttering. "We need to get out," Bud yelled. So we did. Joe went first and opened the door slowly. We heard nothing. We stepped back into the lobby. We heard a whisper, "Shh," but I couldn't hear what it said. Then we heard the chain rattle again. It sounded like it was coming closer, and it was. Every second that passed, that sound came closer and closer. We started walking towards the exit. We wanted to get out of there. I tried to open the front door, but it didn't open. What? I thought. We just came in from that door maybe 20 minutes ago. It's locked, I said, visibly shaking. "We have to find another way out," said Joe. He didn't seem scared at all. That calmed me down too, because what could happen to us, right? We started to walk inside the building looking for a way out. The rattling was gone. Weird. Then all of a sudden we heard another slam sound. I looked behind us and I can still see that picture in my head. There it was. Bud, laying on the floor, not moving nor breathing. I checked his pulse and he was dead. He had a plank attached to his head with lots of blood on the floor. "What the fuck?" I yelled, and we started running towards the exit. I was so scared that I almost couldn't run. We made it to the exit and opened the door. "How the fuck is it unlocked?" Reagan yelled, and he started to cry as well. Then we started to run away from there so fast that we even forgot our bikes. I glanced back at the building, and I saw lights on in one room and a weird figure just waving at us. We stopped to catch our breath, and I called the police. We waited for what felt like at least 2 hours, but in reality it was maybe 20 minutes. The cops arrived and we explained what happened. They went in and came out maybe 10 minutes later. They said that Bud was really dead, but the house was also empty. We were all shocked and started to cry a little, or at least me and Reagan did. Joe was calm, too calm, it was bizarre. Our friend just died, and all because we entered that abandoned ward. I never thought that this would be the last time I'm going to see Bud. She appeared when Taurus season began. Then people started vanishing. How far are you willing to go to reach the top? True to my usual form, I fucked around and found out. I'm Chad Martinez, 15 years old, freshman. Nickname Toro. It fits me to a T. Not only am I bullheaded, but I work hard and play harder, and my birthday is April 30th. Up until recent events, my greatest ambition was to be on the varsity track team. I trained daily, doing laps and intervals before school and hitting the gym once the last bell rang. Every morning I looked in the mirror and told myself, vale la pena. That means it's worth it, and I had to believe it. As a straight C student, I knew athletics were the only way I'd get into college. Not just any athletics. Either, but track and field. Papa said I run like the wind. Mama said I run faster. Neither one of them knew what happened to me a few weeks ago. They wouldn't believe me anyway. Have you heard of the Minotaurs? Probably not. We're the loud, proud athletes of Montrose High School. Our colors are maroon and gray. And our mascot is, wait for it, a fiberglass minotaur named Mo. More on him later. At 400 students, we're one of the smaller institutions in the state. But we fought hard against consolidation. Our track team boasted 26. Coach wanted to boost us up to 30. Every slot was precious. But the last 4 were the most coveted. Mijo, Papa said. You've got 4 years to get that far. Why the rush? Because competing is a rush. When I win, I feel on top of the world. And when you lose, you come home and eat all our chips and salsa? He had me there. I'm a growing boy. My job is to make sure you grow up, not out. Again, he had me. Luckily, Mama had some different advice go for it. Guess who I listened to? Guess who I tried not to listen to? Even when he was barking orders? That's right, Coach. On the first day of tryouts, I made the error of revealing my nickname along with my real name. He sized me up. Toro? More like Mierda del Toro. My face grew hot. That's your name until you prove yourself. MDT for short. Now give me 10 laps. Humiliated, I could have refused, but I kept my head down and my feet pounding. That was the only way to win. I know coaches are supposed to make you mad, break you down, build you up again, and push you beyond your limits until they're obliterated. Yet the more Coach called out MDT in the days that followed, the more a dark fire of rage and shame consumed me. Rage at the insult, sure, but also rage at myself for not being all I should. As for the shame, it ran deeper and burned hotter. In fits of frustration, which happened more and more often these days, Papa said that if I didn't get my shit together, I wouldn't amount to anything. I'd be a criminal on the 6 o'clock news, branded with a lifelong record. The track was my way out of Montrose, my ticket to a better future. So I'd better get more serious about it than anything else, except for family. Of course. It didn't help that the roster was so limited. Even juniors and seniors had to start from scratch. Every year to earn their place on the team, no matter their previous accomplishments. I yearned to be among them. That meant taking one of their spots. No wonder they glared at me with such disdain and resentment. Who did I think I was anyway? Just a lowly frosh with high ambition. Only another 9th grader looked at. Me with anything resembling respect Zach Cunningham, a homeschool transfer who was behind in all his classes. Yet he ran like the devil was after him. I knew I couldn't measure up against every hopeful upperclassman or not. But at least I could pit myself against Zach and try to come out ahead. Operative word try. What are you doing, MDT? Coach yelled more than once. Run your own damn drills. Yeah, but I had to run them cleaner, faster, and harder than somebody if I were going to compete at the varsity level. Didn't the Hefe with the whistle realize that? Before tryouts were over, I absolutely had to defeat Zach, so the coach would finally pay me some positive attention. Little did I know that we were all about to get too much of the opposite. On the last day of tryouts, Coach called us all over to the bleachers and told us to look up. My jaw dropped. Whoa, Mo the Minotaur stood at the top, his 8-foot frame towering over each of us. Man's body, bull's head, maroon and gray shorts painted on with MHS from Montrose High School. Rumor had it that, in the old days, he used to wear a gold loincloth, but people kept taking it off and door-stealing it. So Mo, as intimidating as his charge-ready expression looked, was essentially a steer and not a bull. Many a joke was made about that, and many a snicker was stifled. Coach took Mo seriously. "Meet your drill instructor," Coach said, gesturing upward. "He'll supervise your final tryout." We laughed our typical bro laugh of ha ha ha, but stopped once we saw Coach's face. I swallowed hard and dared to ask a question. How'd you get Mo up there?" He climbed, just like you're going to climb. Dead silence. Coach had lost it. Had officially crossed the line from Loco to Locusimo. "Did you hear me? You're going to run the bleachers until Mo says you're done." Translation: you're going to run the bleachers until you pass out, puke, quit, or all three. When you reach Mo, tag him and call out the number of the set you're on. No lying. Warm up. Coach blew his whistle loud enough to set my teeth on edge. We warmed up and climbed up. Ordinarily, if I were alone, he'd bound up the steps 2 or 3 at a time. Now I knew I couldn't afford that risk. I took each step one by one, followed Coach's orders and headed down. So far, so good. After 5 of these runs, my quads ached a little, but I was nowhere near done. On your left. Zach Cunningham passed me on the way up. My heart beat faster, and I felt myself sweating bullets. This was my opportunity. I pumped my legs harder, swung my arms wider, reached Zach and took the lead. I couldn't believe it. I might get on the varsity squad after all. Not only that, but I also might impress Chandra and Kendra. These hot twins I wanted to get to know better. How I'd love to ask them to the spring formal and afterward. Get caught in between Dios Mo. Unlike Mo, I had a pair. I couldn't allow my boys to call the shots. Not now. I had more work to do. No sandbagging, motherfuckers. Y'all can do better than that. Coach's voice exploded. What a hypocrite. He was sandbagging in a bullying sense. I ignored him. Up and down, up and down. None of us had time to ponder the absurdity of having an inanimate object tell us if we were finished. We were toiling harder than we previously had, even during our infamous ladder workouts, with no defined set or time limit. The sky was the limit on how hard to push ourselves, and push we did. We groaned, grunted, and panted like dogs. Each one of us a sweaty world unto himself. This occasion was a tryout, but we busted ass like we were in the Olympics against Usain Bolt. Through all my pain and suffering, I kept my eye on Zach. He reminded me of a ram, stubborn and fiery, straight out of the gate, and packing a hell of a charge, but ultimately fading in the stretch. Zach showed no sign of slowing down or tiring. However, he was making the rookie mistake of going all out on every run, not pacing himself properly. If you treat set 10 like it's set 1, thinking the end is in sight, you're not going to have enough energy if Mo says you should keep going. Speaking of which, he stood tall and silent, withstanding the hearty slaps we gave him. As much as we hated this workout, we loved it too, until our loyal mascot started to change. I didn't notice it at first. Being made out of fiberglass, Mo absorbed sunlight, so I was careful not to slap him too aggressively or spend too much time near him. When I did so on my 10th set, I did a double take. The air around him was shimmering with colorless steam, like you see on asphalt in the summer. I thought I'd better avoid touching him altogether, but Coach bellowed, "Tag him." "You losers, you afraid of a little heat?" No, I was afraid of a lot of heat, and Mo would only keep getting hotter. So would I. Why was it so important that we tag him anyway? Hoping and praying that Coach wouldn't notice, I sat down on the bleachers for a brief break. "I see you, MDT." "Are you pussying out?" I heaved a sigh, stood back up, wiped the sweat out of my eyes, and went back to work. Zach passed me again. At this point, you might be wondering why I didn't call it quits and go into my cooldown routine. That would have been the smart thing to do. However, seeing the new kid's energy and speed, his continued stamina, filled me with what we call Ghana's desire. Desire not only to beat him, but to pound him into the ground. Stomp on him until I left cleat prints on his clean white jersey. As I continued into my 11th, 12th, and 13th sets, I no longer cared about making the varsity team per se. My goal now was to make Zach Cunningham know and remember my name. Recall me as the one freshman who not only caught him, but smoked him. If I could do that, ranking among the upperclassmen afterward would simply be a bonus. Don't get me wrong, I wasn't jealous, I was just competitive. Good job. "Cunningham," called Coach. "Way to hustle. Come on, MDT, pick it up." If I did that, I might not have enough reserves to do what? 3 more sets. 5, 10? Who knew when Coach would blow his whistle and let us have a much-needed rest? One more trip down the bleachers. I was lucky I didn't trip. I prepared to start one more ascent. One thing stopped me dead in my tracks. Mo. He was glowing, bright red. Oh. No fucking way I was seeing things, having gotten way too hot, way too fast. That had to be the reason smoke billowed out of Mo's nostrils. He seemed to be grunting and heaving too, like he was getting ready to charge. The others didn't notice, though. They kept running and tagging him like he wasn't already baking in the afternoon sun. Even Zach was immune to moss transformation. But what exactly was Mo turning into, besides a raging bull? I was transported back in time to one evening last fall with Mama, Papa, and my grandparents, and the weirdest movie I'd ever seen. It's called Metropolis, and it's almost 100 years old. In it, a young rich dude named Freda is the son of a utopian leader, Everything is fine in their fair city, hence the title, but at what cost? Spoiler alert, dehumanized workers run it, being slaves to a giant machine. In the only scene I remember, Freighter discovers this device and the poor souls who man it. Like Mo, it emits heat, but unlike Mo, it can't reach a certain temperature without blowing up. The poor old guy operating the gauges can't keep pace. The master thermometer rises from 25 to 30, all the way to 50, at which point the multi-story machine explodes, belching steam everywhere and scalding the workers. Several of them plummet to their deaths. The gears that make the machine run stop rotating, allowing Freighter, who has collapsed, to experience a nightmarish vision. Instead of being made of metal, the contraption turns into a stone statue with relentlessly staring eyes, a bull's snout, and a mouth full of gear-like teeth. Freighter immediately recognizes this entity. "Moloch!" he cries. Two high priests stand at the threshold of the statue's mouth, supervising unwilling slaves into the churning furnace within. Bald and shirtless, these people are cattle, food for an ever-hungry god. They struggle and fight their fate as much as possible. But Moloch's appetite wins. To Freighter's horror, black-clad modern workers then follow the slaves, climbing up and into Moloch's maw in a calm and orderly way, like they've been trained to do it their whole lives. The vision then ends with the remaining machinists tending to the injured and the dead, carrying them away on stretchers. To my horror, the monstrous deity in Metropolis morphed into good old Mo. The wannabes approached him, tagged him, and called out ridiculous numbers: 20, 25, no lying, Coach roared. Do you want to be on this team or not? Someone too near the steaming statue cried out in pain and fell to his knees. Zach. He'd finally given out. With my last remaining bit of strength, I ran back up the bleachers to help. "Nah," he said when I reached him and offered him a hand. His right hand was red and blistered. "Come on, man, it's okay. You don't have to do any more sets." "Sacrifice," Zach moaned. "Mo and Coach demand it." I shook my head, snapping it back and forth. "No vale la pena. It's not worth it." More students slowed down and ended their runs, to Coach's profanity-laced disappointment. A few of them passed me, their faces slack, their eyes locked in thousand-yard stares. When they met me at the bottom of the bleachers, we were red as slabs of meat. Sweat poured off all of us. I shuddered as a dark theory occurred to me. Every time we tagged Mo, we offered up a little bit of our souls, and he came to life. Moloch, after centuries of so-called progress, breathed again. "Why'd you stop?" asked Coach. "Did I say you were done, or did Mo say you were done?" "No, sir. We did." I couldn't believe the words falling out of my mouth were my own. "We're overworked, overstressed, and overheated. We need rest and water." "We're finished. So are you." Silence. Then clapping from Zach. Then applause from the remaining poor bastards. "You know what?" Coach grinned a rictus grin. "You're a toro after all, Martinez. As for the rest of you, minus Mr. Cunningham, you're lucky we have to have a track team at Montrose High. I disqualify all of you for not following instructions, but unfortunately, most of you made it." Cheers erupted. We soon found out our fates. Zach and I both earned JV spots. I did some digging on the internet and found out that Moloch, also spelled Moloch, was one of the most evil gods that you could worship in the Old Testament. As I suspected, he demanded human sacrifice, especially children and babies. I had to wonder, did teenagers count too? They must have. For in this day and age, the juggernaut of Montrose High School athletics makes cattle out of anyone who wants to make the team. You have to be a bull to succeed here. I may not have gotten what I originally wanted, but you know what? It's Taurus season, and I have all I need. My husband keeps texting me. He's been dead for 5 years. Drew and I had been married for 2 years when he got in the accident. Head-on collision, drunk driver, declared dead at the scene. That was back in 2020. Grieving him through the pandemic, completely isolated, was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. But I worked through it with my parents, with his mom. I've even started dating again, but then the texts started. I got the first one while I was on a date at some over-fancy Italian place. A text from Drew's number. It was blank. Like someone had just hit the spacebar and hit send. I got the next one a few days later in the evening, while I was curled up with a book. It just had a period. At first, I thought it was a prank, as cruel as that would be. Or maybe it was well-intentioned, by an older person or someone on the spectrum. Maybe they thought the texts would make me happy. I asked around, but no one knew. I thought about going to the police, but there was nothing threatening in them. Just strings of weird punctuation. Maybe it's a glitch, I thought. Maybe the system had reactivated his number by accident and was sending bits of code to me. But the texts seemed to have a pattern. They were often sent when I was on a date or getting ready for one. It seemed just enough to be more than coincidental. I tried telling myself I was being paranoid, that it was all just chance. As the anniversary of his death approached, though, the texts increased in frequency. They went from 1 or 2 a week to 1 a day. ... Just nonsensical punctuation. Every time, I was starting to get desensitized to them. The first one had made me cry, now they just annoyed me. On the anniversary of Drew's death, though, the texts increased tenfold. I got 5 of them before noon, over 15 in the afternoon. And as the time of his death approached, 11 p.m., they came in faster and faster. This is way more than coincidence. Someone is fucking with me. I went to the police. They said they'd be able to trace where the texts were coming from, but they'd need some time to get in touch with the cell company. Probably just a scammer, the officer had said. Even though I told him everything. There are tons of scams now, with how bad the economy is, but they're not trying to get anything out of me. I told them, and they're texting me way more today than any other day. On the day my husband died, "I'm sorry for your loss," the officer had said, in a detached tone. "We'll get in touch with you when we know more." Okay, so what else could I do? I went back home to start the tradition I did every year. At 7 o'clock, I put on his favorite movie, Stranger Than Fiction, and opened a bottle of wine. I patted the seat next to me, as if gesturing an invisible him to sit down. I liked to talk to him, pretend he was actually sitting there with me. Maggie Gyllenhaal is so cute. I told the empty spot, I'd totally date her if I wasn't married to you. And if, she wasn't a movie star. Will Ferrell is so young in this. He looks like a baby. Haha, he's so awkward. She totally hates him. My phone pinged, ... I frowned at it. I decided to call the police station again. They told me they didn't have any news. I looked at the empty spot. "I miss you," I said, sucking in a deep breath. "I miss you so much." I looked at the phone, waiting for it to ping. A small part of me wishing it would, like he'd heard me. What if the texts really are Drew, somehow? I thought of that Twilight Zone episode, where the old woman keeps getting phone calls. And then they find a downed telephone pole, the wires dangling over her husband's grave. Was this sort of the 2000s equivalent of that? Had some spooky ghost EMF jammed the wireless cell communications? But the phone didn't ping. Of course it didn't. This wasn't his ghost trying to contact me. This was someone fucking with me. Someone playing a sick game. The only answer I'd get was from the police. I got up and refilled my wine glass, but my hands were shaking as I poured. As I tried to set it back on the counter, I dropped it crash. The glass bottle shattered into 1,000 jagged pieces. Merlot wine like blood pooled on the floor. "Fuck," I whispered. I got a garbage bag and bent down to pick up the pieces. Ow! The piece it picked up had sliced right into my thumb. Never clean shattered glass while you're tipsy and crying, I guess, cursing. I stood up and ran my thumb under the faucet, staining the water-red ping. I glanced over at my phone sitting on the couch armrest. I turned off the faucet, made my way over to it. My heart plummeted as I saw the text. It had a smiley face, not a blank text. Not a string of nonsense, a fucking smiley face. after I just cut myself. And not any smiley face. A colon, then a space, then a parenthesis, exactly how Drew made his smiley faces. He never wanted autocorrect or GChat or whatever program to turn it into an emoji or actual smiley face. Someone is watching me, and they really, really want to fuck with me. I ran over to the kitchen window, tiptoeing around the glass. I pulled the curtains shut over the sink. Then I ran around the house, checking every lock. I called the police. "I think they're watching me," I whispered. "What?" "They sent me a smiley face, right after I cut myself." "Okay. That's probably just a coincidence. They've never sent a smiley face before. Or anything other than nonsense." "Okay, calm down. You know what? I'm going to get in touch with the cell company right away. I'll call you back in about 20 minutes. Okay? Okay." I glanced at the clock. 8:59 p.m., 12 minutes before Drew died. I walked back to the couch, blood blooming on the paper towel wrapped around my finger. The phone was going off like crazy now. Ping, dot ping, dot dot ping. "Shut up," I hissed. I looked at the empty spot. The paused frame of Maggie Gyllenhaal and Will Ferrell looking at each other. Ping, 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 shut up. 9:07 p.m. Ping, ping. Ping, ping. I picked it up. One word was mixed in with the nonsense. Dot, dot. Run. Dot, dot, dot. Period. Run, dot, run. Ping, dot, dot. Ping, 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 ping. The barrage of texts was cut off by my ringtone. The police station, finally. "Hello?" I asked, my voice wavering. "Get out of the house." His voice was low, coming through the speaker. "The texts are coming from inside your house." All the blood drained out of my face. I leapt up and scrambled towards the front door. Hands pulled me back roughly from behind. I fell flat on my face. Pain shot up my back. I looked up, blinking, and found myself looking up at Drew's mother. "Whore," she snarled, spit spraying on my face. Her foot collided with my side as she kicked me. "You think you can just pretend like he didn't exist, don't you? As soon as he's dead, you just go off and start dating again." "It's been 5 years," I gasped. "You never really loved him, did you?" She shrieked. I tried to scramble up. She kicked me again. I coughed blood onto the carpet. "Stop," I whimpered. "You're nothing but a..." The door slammed open. A police officer was standing in the doorway. The police had enough evidence to arrest Drew's mother. She'd been watching me, stalking me, sending the nonsensical texts to scare me. Security camera footage from various restaurants and establishments even showed she followed me to several different dates. She didn't even have to break into the house. Drew had given her a spare key when he was alive. She'd had Drew's old number reactivated and was sending me texts all the while, hoping I'd be spooked and stop dating. Stop moving forward, stay with her in her cocoon of grief. She didn't see all the nights I'd cried myself to sleep after those dates, wishing it was him next to me, knowing no one else would ever measure up. One thing, however, remains unexplained. The police, when they confiscated her phone, said she only ever sent symbols and smiley faces. She never sent the word run. Sometimes I wonder if those texts were from Drew, watching over me, making sure I made it out alive. I saw God. He's nothing like what we expect. I should have died. I was driving back from a friend's house, admittedly. It was far too late and I was far drunker than I should have been. But with the ride home at just under 20 minutes and the expectation of an open road at 3 a.m., I figured it was worth the gamble. I wish I could give some dramatic lead up to the crash. Honestly, though, even if I remembered what happened, it would take away from the stark reality that life is oddly anticlimactic in that way. 1 second, you're going about your day. The next, darkness. No dazzling near-death montage, no slow-motion farewell. Sometimes things are just over. The cops and paramedics later explained that a big rig had struck me. Fortunately, I wasn't at fault, but my drunken haze had surely dulled my reflexes. preventing me from possibly lessening the impact or avoiding it altogether. I still think someone had to be looking out for me at the hospital, because I never had DUI charges brought against me. I digress. After the collision, everything immediately went black. I would say I sat in darkness for a while, but it wouldn't be accurate. If anyone can think of a way to describe experiencing nothing, it was that. And then, gradually, feeling came back to my body. The world around me slowly became a white blur that eventually formed into a crisp void. It was as if the universe had blinked out of existence, only to slowly reform around me in its most basic state, one where nothing had been created yet. Consciousness returned in sluggish waves. My mind strained to answer the most basic questions before I could even ask. Where am I? I had to answer what "where am I" even meant. If you've ever been completely disoriented, you know how your mind scrambles to piece together reality in a desperate attempt to forge a larger, comprehensible picture. Problem is, I had no frame of reference for where I was. Even as my mind tried to catch up to my body, it searched for some kind of key to unlock the door of clarity, only to find that even in the deepest recesses of my mind, that key didn't exist. Great. I stood, and then, like a lightning bolt striking some repressed chord in my brain, everything returned to me. Who I was, where I was before the darkness, and the best answers I could give to my pseudo-philosophical questions. For a moment, it was painful. So much so that it briefly sent me back down to my knees. Not just because of the shock of the moment, but because I knew something about this place was still in there. The void was warm, my previous drunkenness had gone, and I could breathe better than I ever could before. The air tasted sweet and smelled of apples. Odd. All I could see was white. No external sound was present. Testing this, I yelled, but the sound simply vanished. No echo. My first thought was maybe I was in a dream. But using the tried and true method of trying to lightly injure myself, I found that it wasn't the case. My clothes made it to where I was, but my car keys and phone didn't. With no means of communicating with anyone, the best thing I could think to do was walk. And so I did. For how long? I couldn't even begin to tell you. The walk might have been one of the most disorientating parts of my adventure. One moment, it would feel like I had been walking for days. The next, I'd swear I had only been walking for a few minutes. The whole time. I never got tired or felt the need to eat or drink. My perception of direction warped. What felt like walking in a straight line would suddenly morph into the unsettling suspicion of endless circles or random turns. There were no landmarks to offer reassurance, just the persistent, illogical sensation of constant motion leading to nowhere. I had to stop momentarily because I could feel my brain breaking. Looking back into the white expanse, I caught a glimpse of someone mirroring my build and face, but dressed in clothes I'd never seen. I shouted for the other me and dashed over, only for the figure to vanish instantly, leaving behind a surge of alien memories. Memories of experiences I apparently had but swore I'd never lived. What the fuck was this? That was the moment I considered that I had to be in some sort of hell. Trapped forever in a silent void, doomed to go insane. Surrounded by mirages and false memories, I slumped back into the nothingness, hopeful that even though I didn't need it, maybe I could try to sleep and wake up in a better place. At least one with people, sounds, something. I closed my eyes and attempted to drift off into sleep. It was maybe 5 minutes of relentless dark before a sound pierced the silence, a whisper, a genuine murmur in this soundless realm. The words were indistinguishable, but I didn't care. I jolted upright, straining to hear. It persisted. I ran toward the sound, using it as a radar to find its source. The louder it became, the more desperate I was to head in its direction. Countless minutes, hours, and likely days went by. My sole goal was to follow this one link back to humanity until I found them. The whisper stopped. It was silent again. The silence gave way to a disquieting scene. A vast sea of people extending infinitely into the void. Some dressed in gray robes, others wearing everyday clothes. Each was separated by about 6 to 10 feet. Every single person knelt in deep prayer. My gaze drifted upwards, mirroring the people down here I noted. Countless dark lines etched against the white expanse. But my attention was soon stolen by something far more significant. Beyond the kneeling masses, a colossal form materialized on the horizon. At first, I didn't know what to make of it. But the more I walked toward it, the more I understood. It sat there. I'd estimate it was many times the size of the largest object humanity has ever built. It resembled a gargantuan brain, its silver surface slick with a viscous, translucent green slime, like a creature suspended within a gelatinous shroud. Elongated frontal lobes tapered into sharp, unsettling points. Countless tentacles extended from its body far into the distance. 2 long eye stalks protruded from the top and bent back down to watch over the praying people. It never kept its gaze in one spot for long, but it certainly had more interest in some people than others. I looked around, and everyone stayed exactly where they were, praying toward this abomination. Instinctively, I shook the closest woman next to me. I tried to scream at her that we all needed to leave. I didn't know where to go. But this obviously wasn't safe. She didn't so much as flinch when I tried. No time. I noticed I had caught the thing's attention. I moved to the next man. And I got the same response. Another one. Again, nothing. The hell is wrong with all of you? I thought. There was no possible way everyone here was entirely unaware of the looming monster. I looked up, and those stalks were already over me. They stretched down until they were mere feet from my face. It made some deep, booming, unintelligible sound that almost resembled language before its tiny pupils dilated and flashed a bright light at me. I didn't want to stick around and find out the reason for its interest. I sprinted in the other direction, pure terror guiding my feet in a random direction. I thought that finding people would be my salvation, only to realize that everyone else who made it here had found themselves in hell. Naive as I was, I thought I could outrun the thing until I was lofted into the air. One of its many slimy tentacles had wrapped around my body and was slowly making its way up my neck and deep inside my nostrils. The black streaks closed in as I ascended into the sky. Only when we finally stopped did the horrifying truth reveal itself. They were people, fucking people. Each was a lifeless puppet dangling from thick, invasive tentacles snaking into their nostrils. For some, apparently, that wasn't enough for the creature. It had entered through their ear canals. For others, the tendrils opted to pierce directly through their eye sockets. I didn't know if anyone there was alive or dead. All I knew was that the bodies extended into the infinite as I looked out. As above, so below. Tentacles were branching off each other, constantly at work, continually bringing new people from the prayer pile into the sky with the rest of us. When I looked down, I could see some people being released, only for them to go straight back into prayer. I looked on in horror as tiny eye stalks emerged from the tentacle that had grabbed me. It looked deep into my eyes, and I could feel it reaching up my nasal cavity until it had penetrated my skull. I don't know how I didn't scream out in agony as it made contact with my brain. When it did, I assumed a horrific death wouldn't be far behind. My eyes rolled to the back of my head, but instead of liquefying my brain or pulling squishy bloody chunks out through my nose, something amazing happened. I saw a cavalcade of colors. The entire spectrum of light, shades I didn't even know existed, danced before me. Strings of numbers and alien symbols flashed among them, forming equations, and somehow I could process it all. For each second I watched this display, massive repositories of information flowed through my mind, and I began to understand more than hundreds, maybe thousands, of minds could comprehend. The numbers and colors blended together to form images I could feel. Images of me living past lives, not only as a human being, but all the way back to when we were single-celled organisms. Throughout all of time, every experience, every piece of knowledge, and every minuscule reaction to our world had been stored. And now, it was all coming back. Much had changed through my experience, but there was one constant throughout it all. One force that was always guiding me beyond where I could see. More accurately, it guided us in our world in far too complex of ways for me to begin to understand, let alone relay. But one thing was clear. He had somehow built much of our experience. He somehow had been the reason we were here. And we were all always meant to come back. And the reason why became clear. He was God, not the God of the false stories they tell on our tiny little rock. No, the human mind, or at least the one we currently experience, is far too simple to understand something beyond creation, let alone even begin to conceptualize what such a being could be, or its purpose. See, we think in terms of ourselves. We believe such a being must look similar to us, think similarly to us, have goals that seem rather human. How naive.
How do you explain a being that forms worlds using code?
And mathematics that our greatest quantum computers couldn't begin to calculate. A being that can communicate vast amounts of information through a precise showing of color so effectively that even someone who had never seen its displays before would always understand it perfectly. A being with an absolute understanding of our universe down to its most minute principles. This not only allows such a being the ability to predict all future events perfectly, but also allows it to adjust those principles as it sees fit. I'm sure that even the form I saw wasn't truly what it looked like. It was simply my mind's best guess as to what I was seeing. The funny thing was, as I remained suspended there, absorbing this information, it became clear that I had been there before. We all have. We have all had these revelations, and have been one of those people praying before him, hoping he would allow us to see just a fraction of what he knows, allowing for a glimpse into the infinite. Then, as abruptly as all this began, it was simply over. The void dissolved, replaced by a hospital room's stark, sterile white. Blurry shapes gradually sharpened into the mundane reality of medical equipment. My mind struggled to ask the fundamental questions of what happened and where I was. Of course, I didn't remember anything that happened. None of us do. And like everyone else, I would have moved on and gone on with the rest of my life. But recently, I've had these dreams. I call them dreams, though they feel like a continuous, unbroken experience that sometimes bleeds into the edges of my waking perception. In them and back at that place, talking with the version of me I attempted to speak within the void. He tells me of my last experience there, and that time works in such a way that there is always a version of myself exploring, sometimes simultaneously. To prove it's real, I ask about things in my world, things I have no business knowing, but with the understanding that a version of me with this vast knowledge should. Every single answer given to me has turned out to be true. I don't know where I heard this from, but someone suggested that our minds are almost like radios. Under the right conditions, we can tune into specific frequencies from outside our realm of existence. I don't know if that's what's happening here, but it fits. As I walk through this place in my dreams, more comes back. Sometimes I lose other pieces, and I'm sure there are events I don't recognize now that will return later. In fact, I'm almost certain that, given enough time, I won't remember any of it. It's a big reason I'm writing this down now. As I talk to my other self, he explains that he has this theory that there's a reason for all of this, that he has some purpose for all of us, but needs us to reach a point where we can understand what was meant to happen. That part still keeps me awake at night. But I suppose there's something that we need to have a certain amount of knowledge to do. There's a level that each of us has to attain to even begin to communicate with him on his level, let alone become what is needed. As for me, I don't think it was my time to stop learning in this form. At the same time, I can't help but think that my going through that and relaying it to all of you was part of his plan. The truth is, I'm not the only person to speak of their experience with death. Maybe we need all of those people to talk about their experiences to really get an understanding of what we're dealing with. Just a hypothesis, still though. The more I think about that place and my time there, the more questions I have. Honestly, it's been driving me kind of crazy. So I'm hoping that after I get this out, I'll be able to stop thinking about it for a while. I just can't shake the feeling that some bad events are coming down the pipeline. Either. They always do, of course. But something says that a uniquely devastating event is coming for our species. I lost almost all of the information that flowed through me in that place. But I think something must be stuck. Some combined insight points to our world heading toward a truly awful experience. Think about it. This god never showed any signs of being particularly good or loving. Knowledgeable, yes. Yet this same entity has overseen every mass extinction. Every bombing, every act of human cruelty. The fact is, there's a lot of learning through pain. I've become more fearful, knowing what's out there, but not knowing what it desires. And yet, a good part of me still wants to go back. But that place has a grip on my mind like nothing else. I'd be lying if I said that knowledge wasn't absolutely intoxicating. Far beyond anything on Earth could ever be. What more did I know? What does it want with us? Sometimes I lie awake just thinking about everything it could share. These are questions that a million of us wouldn't think of asking. And the answers a billion of us are dying to know. Knowing all that knowledge is just over the edge of death and how easy it would be to just tip over. Let myself free fall back into the void. Back into a place where I can beg for that fraction of a fraction. Don't worry. I plan on living until the day I die from natural causes. But it's something I live with. And it makes me question how many people that place sticks with on some deeper level. Many of us don't even know we want to return there, because in reality, we belong there. It's where all of us are destined to be. The one place we all know is at the end of our journey. I could go on forever with these questions, but there isn't enough time in the world to answer them. So I simply want to thank those who made it this far. You can't imagine how good it feels to get this off my chest. For those who have experienced something similar, or had their own unique experiences on the other side, I'd love to hear from you as well. Please, take care of each other and yourselves. And remember, there's no need to spend too much time staring into the abyss. The abyss is already waiting for all of us. I think there's something living in my walls. The following narrative has been adapted from police records, 911 transcripts, and documentation collected during the investigation of a reported home disturbance between November 12th and November 18th. For privacy reasons, names and addresses have been changed to protect the innocent and to avoid interference with the open case file. The subject of the report: a single occupant of a residential property in redacted county placed multiple emergency calls over the course of 6 days, each escalating in urgency. The final call came at 3:17 a.m. on November 18th and ended abruptly. Responding officers arrived on scene and made entry into the home, November 14th. I don't know exactly when the weird stuff started. I think it's been going on for a while, but I've only just started to notice. Now, every time I think back to something that could have been linked to forgetfulness or coincidence, my hair stands on edge. It started with small things: a book being misplaced, the thermostat being changed, or the doormat being shifted. Last night, though, I woke up at 2:46 a.m. I remember the exact time because I checked my phone. I thought I'd heard something upstairs, like slow, steady footsteps. Just 4 or 5 of them, then nothing. Maybe it was a tree branch knocking against the house. Maybe it was the house settling. I told myself all kinds of excuses to make my mind stop racing. But it didn't feel like that. It felt intentional. When I got out of bed this morning, the hallway light was on. I never leave that light on, ever, and my bedroom door, which I know I shut, was open about 6 inches. I stood there staring like an idiot for a full minute, just trying to convince myself I'd forgotten, that I was just tired, that I'm stressed, But I swear I remember lying in bed with a cold sweat, thinking about the footsteps or the knocking I heard last night, and the only light being from my dimmed phone screen. In fact, it felt darker than it ever has in my life. Transcript 911, call date November 14th, time 11:42 a.m., caller Susan Armstrong. Call type suspicious activity. Dispatch 911, what's your emergency? Caller, Hi, yeah, I'm sorry. I am not even sure this is an emergency. Dispatch, that's okay. Just tell me what's going on. Where are you right now? Caller, I live alone. And I've been hearing noises upstairs. Footsteps, like actual walking. I live at Redacted. I thought it might be the HVAC or something, but it's too rhythmic. I checked the attic myself, didn't see anything, but I'm still hearing it. And I'm freaked out. Dispatch, do you believe someone might be inside your home? Does anyone else have access? Caller, I don't know. I don't think so. The doors were locked, and nothing looks disturbed, but it doesn't feel right. My friend Lauren has a key, but she hasn't been over. Dispatch, okay. Officers are on the way. Are you safe? Caller, yeah. I'm downstairs. I know I sound paranoid. I just needed someone to hear me say it out loud. I feel crazy. Dispatch, it's no trouble. Officers are on the way. Stay on the line until they arrive. Pause, caller. It's just quiet now. Completely quiet. Like whoever or whatever it was stopped, or is listening. Report log Officer D. Westbrook and Officer R. Allen, time on scene. 11:56 a.m., 12:22 p.m. Conducted walkthrough of property at resident's request. No signs of forced entry. Attic and crawl spaces checked clear. Subject appeared nervous but coherent. Reported items out of place in home over previous days, but nothing stolen. Home otherwise orderly. Subject advised to contact HVAC technician regarding potential structural noises. No further action taken. November 15th. Didn't sleep again. Not sure how anyone could with the sounds above my head. I kept hearing the vent rattle in a way. That doesn't make sense unless someone is up there tapping it. Like a pattern, like breathing. There was a granola bar wrapper on the counter this morning. I haven't had those in the house in over a week. Did I forget I bought one? Am I that tired? I called Lauren this afternoon. Left a message. I was embarrassed, so I tried to make it sound funny, said. Something about needing a priest or an exorcist. I don't think she ever called back. November 16th. Maybe it's because I watched a scary movie. Maybe it's because I'm scared to sleep. Today, I decided maybe the joke I made yesterday wasn't a joke. I was raised religious. My dad was an alcoholic who cheated on my mom. And my mother committed suicide, but that didn't stop her from making us go to church every Sunday until she died. I called a local priest and asked him to come over. Last night, the bumps didn't stop. I found a door open that I know was shut. I can't tell if I'm being haunted, but something isn't right. He didn't say much when he arrived, just looked around. Asked if it had trouble sleeping, if I felt safe. If I was having spiritual symptoms. I didn't know how to answer. It's not a demon, he said eventually. I didn't say that it was. People always jump to that. Noises in the house, feeling watched, doors open. Lights flickering. They want it to be spiritual because that's easier than thinking they're losing control. But this, he gestured to the ceiling, this doesn't feel like a haunting. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. He prayed with me. I didn't really listen. I was too focused on the faint creak upstairs. I'm not sure he even heard it. He left after 20 minutes. Told me to get some rest. Said I should try sleeping with a light on. Nothing wrong with that. November 16th. Late evening. I didn't want to write this. It's hard to even type. I found a pair of my underwear on the laundry room floor tonight. Not in the basket, just on the tile, like it had been dropped. They were clean. Folded. I remember putting them away. I opened the drawer to check. Everything else was there. I've been telling myself it's stress. That I'm overtired and forgetting things, but I don't forget things like this. Not this clearly. Something shifted upstairs. Not a creak. Something moved. I froze in the hallway and listened. It went quiet again, like it knew. I sat on the couch for hours. Couldn't bring myself to go back to my room. Lauren still hasn't called me back. Transcript 911 call, time 11:58 p.m. Caller Susan Armstrong, call type possible intruder. Dispatch 911, what is your emergency? Caller whispering, hi. Yes, I need someone to come to my house. Dispatch, can you confirm your address? Caller redacted dispatch, what's happening? Caller, I think there's someone inside my house. Dispatch, are you in a safe place right now? Caller M in the hallway closet. I didn't know where else to go. Dispatch, is the door locked? Caller, yes. Dispatch, what makes you think someone's in your home? Caller, I heard moving above me. And I found something earlier that wasn't where I left it. Something personal. Pause dispatch. Has anyone else been in your home today? Caller, no one. I live alone. Sound soft creak on floorboards. Caller whispers, please just send someone. Dispatch officers are en route. Stay on the line with me. Caller, I don't want to move. I don't want them to know I'm here. Silence, very faint sound movement overhead. Caller breathes. Heavily. Caller, almost inaudible. It's in the walls. Report log Officer M. LeClaire and Officer J. Rivers. Time on scene, 12:06 a.m. 12:37 a.m. Responded to 911 call from resident reporting potential intruder. Caller located inside hallway closet, unharmed but visibly distressed. Full walkthrough conducted. No signs of forced entry. Attic hatch closed. No tampering visible. No suspect found. Resident advised to seek temporary relocation. Declined. November 17th. I didn't sleep again. I thought exhaustion would catch up to me eventually, but it hasn't. If anything, I feel more alert. Not awake, just vigilant. Like him waiting, everything was quiet again today. Not peaceful, just still. The kind of still that makes your ears ring. I walked the perimeter of the house. Windows locked, latches secure. Nothing out of place. Except the photo frame in the living room, it was turned. Not knocked over, just turned, facing the hallway. Around sunset, I stood under the attic hatch. I didn't open it, just stared at it. I could feel something up there. Not a presence, not a ghost. Just an awareness. I think I'm done waiting. I think I'm going to open the wall. Final police report, November 18th. Time on scene 3:25. AM responding officers Sergeant E. Caro. Ofgati Greer responded to 911 call that ended mid-transmission at 3:17 a.m. No contact made upon arrival. Door found unlocked. Entry made under exigent circumstances. Interior lights were on. No verbal response from resident. Upstairs hallway showed signs of recent activity. Ladder extended beneath attic access. Hatch ajar. Claw hammer recovered on floor. Attic initially clear. Officers discovered irregular paneling near. HVAC ductwork in northern crawlspace. Recessed cavity located behind insulation and false framing. Inside one twin mattress, food wrappers. Water bottles, clothing, flashlight. And multiple personal items belonging to resident Susan Armstrong. Also present body of Susan Armstrong, blunt force trauma, facial mutilation. Fingernail gouges observed on interior wall. Biological material recovered, testing pending, resident secured. Investigation escalated to homicide, no suspect in custody. The basement tenant. Like and Rashad had just moved into their first home together, an older, slightly run-down rental, but perfect for their budget and quiet enough for the life they were building. A week in, Rashad joked that the place had personality, mostly because of the weird noises at night and how cold the basement always felt, even in the middle of summer. One day, while organizing the garage, Lika found a second set of keys labeled basement access owner only. She thought it was odd since they'd already been in the basement to do laundry. When she asked the landlord about it, he quickly brushed it off with a mumbled, "Old locks, nothing to worry about." Then strange things started happening. Liquay would wake up to the washer running, but empty. Rashad swore he heard soft footsteps below them when they were in bed. Once, their dog refused to go down there and just growled at the basement door all night. Things escalated fast. Rashad came home early from work one afternoon to find the basement door wide open. Thinking Liquay was down there, he called out, no answer. So he went down and found nothing but the flickering laundry light and a strange, metallic smell in the air. Later that night, Leaky told him she had been out all day. They finally decided to set up a camera near the basement stairs. Half laughing about it, half not. The next morning, they checked the footage. At 3:17 a.m., the basement door creaked open. A figure crawled out on all fours, thin, pale, wearing nothing but a stained shirt and boxers. He stood slowly, listening, then walked up to the second floor. For 6 full minutes, he stood silently over Liquay and Rashad's bed as they slept. Then he walked back down and disappeared into the basement. When they showed the footage to the police, the landlord was forced to speak. There was a crawl space under the basement meant for old piping access, but apparently a homeless man had lived down there for years, unnoticed before the previous tenants moved out. The landlord thought he was gone when the place was cleaned out, but when police searched the crawl space, it was empty again. Just a small mattress, a bag of raw meat, and dozens of Polaroid photos of Liquay and Rashad sleeping. Each photo was labeled with the same word, written in shaky black marker mine. I don't remember writing this. I started keeping a journal on my phone, just a simple note file titled Mind Check. My therapist recommended it to track memory slips and mood swings. I've been having more foggy moments. Lately, walking into a room and forgetting why. Losing track of time, that kind of thing. At first, the entries were harmless. March 29th, slept 6 hours. Vivid dream about a hallway with no doors. Fed the cat. Forgot to eat breakfast. April 1st, walked into the kitchen. Forgot why. Still tired. Felt like someone said my name, but no one was there. Nothing unusual. But then came April 2nd. Who moved the hallway chair? It's facing the wall. Pretty sure I didn't do that. I stopped. I didn't remember writing that, and I definitely didn't move the chair. I got up to check it was facing the wall. Just sitting there, like someone had turned it to watch the blank paint. I live alone, I brushed it off. Maybe I was half asleep. Maybe I bumped it. Then came April 3rd. The man in the kitchen isn't real. Repeat until it's true. That one made my chest tighten. I don't talk like that. I don't write like that. It was time-stamped at 3:12 a.m. I checked my phone's activity logs. I hadn't used it at that time. I even reviewed my home security footage. Everything looked normal. Except for one skipped frame around 3:12, just a single flicker of static. Then back to normal. April 4th, you're doing good. You're almost ready to remember. That entry felt wrong. Like it was trying to reassure me, but not for me. More like it was monitoring me, watching. I took screenshots and planned to show someone. But when I opened the Note app yesterday, everything was different. The file wasn't called MindCheck anymore. It had been renamed Reintegration Logs. All my entries had been rewritten. Every single one. They now started with Subject 42B integration. Progress Day 3, false self still in control. Host unaware of secondary imprint. False self. Host. I stared at the screen, waiting to wake up. Then I scrolled down to today's date. April 6 was already filled out. Host identity reading this now. Proceed with Phase 2. If confusion persists, initiate awareness collapse. Activate mirror trigger. There was one more line being typed. In real time, stand up. Turn around. Look in the mirror. He's been watching you write this. I haven't looked. I won't. But now, something new is typing itself. I don't remember writing this. Perfect. They always believe the scared ones. Proceed to step 3. That wasn't me. At least, I don't think it was. If this post uploads on its own, don't believe what I write after this. I took a 30-day live stream challenge for 100K. I don't think I'm the one streaming anymore. Day 1, the beginning. I received an offer from a company called Grin Signal Stream My Life 247 for 30 days. No breaks longer than 15 minutes and earn 100,000. The rules were strict: no leaving the apartment, no turning off the stream, and no covering the cameras. Desperate for money, I accepted. Day 2, settling in. The equipment arrived: multiple cameras, including ones for the bathroom and kitchen, all connected to a sleek, locked PC tower with no ports. I set everything up and went live. The first day was uneventful, just me going about my daily routine. Day 3, the audience grows. Viewership started to climb. Comments flooded in, some supportive, others curious about the setup. I noticed the cameras had a red light that blinked occasionally, even when I wasn't doing anything noteworthy. Day 4, unusual glitches. The stream began to glitch at odd times, brief static, distorted audio, and occasional screen flickers. Viewers commented on it, thinking it was part of the show. I dismissed it as technical issues. Day 5,
The ceiling camera.
I woke up to find a new camera angle on. The stream of view from the ceiling directly above my bed. I hadn't installed a camera there. I searched the ceiling but found nothing. The angle disappeared later that day. Day 6, mirror reflections. The bathroom mirror showed a delayed reflection. I'd move, and the reflection would follow a second later. Sometimes it didn't move at all. I covered the mirror, but the stream showed it uncovered. Day 7, sleep disturbances. I started having nightmares, vivid, unsettling dreams of being watched. I woke up feeling exhausted despite sleeping for hours. Viewers noted that I talked in my sleep, saying things I couldn't remember. Day 8, messages from viewers. I received messages from viewers claiming they saw someone else in the apartment during the stream. A shadowy figure in the background, always just out of focus. I reviewed the footage but saw nothing. Day 9, time loss. I began losing track of time. I'd start a task and suddenly find hours had passed. The stream logs showed me sitting motionless, staring at the wall during these periods. Day 10, unexplained sounds. I heard whispers at night, soft voices speaking in an unintelligible language. They seemed to come from the walls. I checked for any sources but found none. Day 11, physical changes. I noticed bruises on my arms and legs that I couldn't explain. Viewers commented on them, speculating about their origin. I had no memory of injuring myself. Day 12, the reflection moves. While brushing my teeth, I saw my reflection smile at me, even though I wasn't smiling. It winked and then returned to mirroring my actions. I left the bathroom in a panic. Day 13, messages in the stream. The stream displayed messages I hadn't typed. Let us in, we see you, join us. I changed all my passwords, but the messages continued. Day 14. The figure appears. Viewers captured screenshots of a dark figure standing behind me during the stream. I never saw it in person, but the images were clear. It stood still, watching me. Day 15, isolation. I tried contacting friends and family, but my phone wouldn't connect. Emails went unanswered. It was as if I had been cut off from the outside world. Day 16, the voice. A voice began speaking to me through the headphones, whispering my name, recounting my thoughts before I had them. It knew things about me that I had never shared. Day 17, the doppelganger. I saw myself on the stream, performing actions I wasn't doing, walking around the apartment, staring into the camera. I was sitting still, yet the stream showed me moving. Day 18, physical manifestations. Objects moved on their own. Doors opened and closed without cause. The air grew colder, and I could see my breath despite the thermostat reading a normal temperature. Day 19, the mirror shatters. The bathroom mirror exploded without warning, sending glass in all directions. I stood frozen as the shards rained down. On the floor, they formed letters, jagged. blood-edged slivers spelling out his almost done. I didn't know who he was. But I was certain they weren't talking about me. Day 20 stream delay. I noticed a delay in the live stream, not seconds, but minutes. I'd move, and 5 minutes later, the stream would catch up. But sometimes, the stream showed things I hadn't done yet, walking into rooms I hadn't entered, talking to people who weren't there. People in the comments said it felt like watching the future. Day 21, losing time. I woke up in the kitchen, standing. My hands were soaked in something dark. I thought it was blood, but it smelled like ink. On the walls, phrases were scribbled again and again in frantic, looping handwriting. Who's watching who? Streamed enough yet? There is no offline. Day 22, no sleep. I stopped sleeping. Whenever I closed my eyes, I'd see the stream interface in my mind, hearts floating, usernames scrolling, camera feeds overlapping. I could hear the chat even without headphones. One viewer typed, "We missed the old you." Another replied, "Wait for day 30. Day 23, the feed splits. The stream glitched and showed two live feeds. Side by side, one of me pacing in real time and one where I was lying in bed, eyes open, unmoving. Viewers called it the split. They took sides. Some believed I was still real. Others said I'd been replaced. I started wondering which version of me I was. Day 24, lights out, power cut. Everything went pitch black. No electronics worked, but the stream continued. People commented on the darkness. Some said they could see me, even though I was in total blackness. A new user appeared in the chat with a red name, Syswatcher01. Their only message, "Do not look behind you." I looked. There was something tall and bent over the couch, watching, breathing. Day 25. I am the stream. I no longer felt the need to eat or drink. The cameras turned toward me on their own, anticipating my movements. I tried covering one. The video showed me smiling as I did it. Even though I was crying, the chat filled with laughter, but not text, audio. A chorus of distorted voices. My viewers were laughing out loud. Day 26 visitors. There was knocking at the door. I ran to it. No one there. Then knocking from the inside of the bedroom closet. I opened it. Nothing. Then the stream showed someone still inside it, watching me from the dark. I screamed. The stream captioned it, "He sees you now." Day 27. Outside, I smashed a window and tried to climb out. There was nothing beyond the glass, just static, like a broken TV screen. My hand dissolved at the edge. Not blood, not bone, just pixels. I pulled back and vomited code onto the floor. It blinked and dissolved. The chat erupted, "Stay inside the broadcast. Don't break character." Day 28 rehearsal. I heard myself talking in the other room. Same voice. Same cadence. I walked in and found nothing. But on the feed, I was still in there, practicing lines. They're almost ready. Has nearly perfect now. Day 29 system update. A prompt appeared on the stream overlay, update complete. New identity installed. I tried ending the stream. The button vanished. I tore the cameras from the walls. They regenerated. One by one. The chat was full of only one phrase. "Now you are live forever." Day 30, the final viewer. Only one viewer remained. The chat was dead silent. I spoke directly to the camera. "Who are you?" The reply typed itself out in red. In the you that got out, I stared into the lens. The camera stared back. And then I watched as I stood up from the couch and walked away from the screen toward freedom while I remained seated. Motionless, trapped in the lens. The stream ended, for them, but I'm still here. Still live. The 60 seconds. There once lived a boy whose nature was greedy and disrespectful to his elders. One day, he had 60 coins. As he looked at the clock, he casually tried to count 60 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. But something felt wrong. When he reached what should have been 60 seconds, the minute hadn't passed. He checked again, only 58 seconds. He thought it as casual, silly mistake. He tried once more. 59 seconds. Wait, what? He tried again. 58. Again. 58. He thought, maybe my brain is just tired, so he counted his coins. Yes, 60 coins. His counting was fine. He counted his 60 coins and they were 60. He turned back to the clock. Again, ficate. 59, 56, never 60. He kept counting but never was able to count. Till 60 seconds, he suspected the clock was broken. He checked the digital clock on his phone. Same result. He went to every clock in the house. Still, he failed to reach a full 60 seconds. Why can't I count to 60 seconds? He became obsessed and determined. He sat before the clock in silence, determined to get it right. He stared at the clock. Hours passed. His sister grew worried. "Stop this already," she told him. But he snapped at her. "It's almost there. Don't disturb me." Dinner came. He ignored it. His sister called him again. He shouted at her. Worried, she tried to pull him away. He resisted. In a sudden rage, he grabbed a nearby vase and struck it on her head. She collapsed, holding her head. He looked at her motionless body, then turned back to the clock, like it was nothing, and continued his counting. Days passed. He didn't sleep, didn't eat, and didn't took a sip of water. He sat, pale and trembling, muttering numbers, with a dry, thirsty mouth. His sister never woke up. He sat, gaunt. Dark circles under his bloodshot dry eyes, mumbling, 1, 2, 3, then one moment 56. 57, 50, and collapsed onto her corpse. His breathing stopped. The room was silent, and only sound of click-ticking echoed. They came to us with proof. Not weapons, not demands, just data, an afterlife, measurable, confirmed, universal, not heaven, not hell, not human, just continuation. Structured, peaceful, the world didn't panic, it relaxed, hospitals emptied. Militaries laid down arms, politicians wept and resigned. What was the point of policy when eternity waited? They didn't force us, they never had to. The visitors simply showed us. Scans, memories, recovered minds from expired bodies. It wasn't paradise. But it wasn't pain either. No judgment. Just a long, quiet place, they said. A home between stars. Religions fractured. Some claimed it was proof. Others burned their churches. The cults surged at first, then came order. Governments opened departure centers. White buildings, soft light, a form, a capsule. A hum, no pain, no return. Media soothed us, films reframed death. Schools taught post-material transition. Companies offered departure as early retirement. A few tried to resist. They were branded as selfish. To stay was to fear. To go was evolution. I work in a center, used to shelve books. Now I file exits and guide people through. Today, there's a queue, dozens outside, waiting calmly. A man in his 30s, a mother with her daughter. An old woman, barefoot. They nod as they pass. No one speaks much anymore. Inside, the air smells of lavender and dust. The capsules hum, lined up like appliances. Clean, mechanical, final. One by one, they lie down. Some murmur, some laugh. Most just close their eyes. The lids seal. Departed. I log each one. The screen blinks. Then next, and next, and next. By dusk, the line is gone. No new appointments, no noise, no scent of decay. They handle the bodies. We're not told how. The bins are emptied. The logs are full. My brother left last week, sent a video. Said it was beautiful. I didn't watch. The final capsule waits. Always has. White, ready, quiet. I've filled hundreds of forms for others. Now I fill one for me. Name, ID, consent. There's no box for doubt. I leave my badge on the desk, walk back. The floor feels hollow beneath me. The capsule opens with a hiss. I sit. The lid closes. The screen lights up. Final query proceed? I press. Morbid curiosity. The countdown begins. 10, 9. They say it's peaceful. But we don't really know, do we? 8, 7. We saw their tech. We never understood it. 6, 5. What if they fed us comfort like poison? 4, 3, they showed us a door, and we walked through without checking where it led. 2, we called it salvation. What if they lied? 1. If you enjoyed the story, consider subscribing. But don't blame me if you can't sleep tonight. Until next time, keep the lights on and the doors locked. Goodbye.